Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, well, we're going to finish leveling Bard, and then we're going to do the Endwalker role questline for arranged physical jobs, and then we're going to level Astrologian, and I believe we left that at level 83 last time, so we're, of course, going to see if we can get it as close to 90 as possible. From what I can see, we have like 3 weeks, including this one, to do what we want to do. And we want to level Astrologian as well, and do the healer role quest line, and do the last bit of MSQ before Dawn Trail. I think we can do that. I just have to not go into tea time mode too often. Oh right, we had some valuable stuff. Also with that said, hey Zaf, hey Lexi, hey Melody, hey Jack, hey Vince, hey Kiraheen, hey Kaze Dragoon, hey Bob, hey Fatman, hey Derby, and hey Gazel, and hey Aradel. I hope you're all doing very well. I wonder why the white one is so much more valuable. Strange. I'm pretty sure those are worthless on Louisoix. I'm pretty sure I had like 5 of those on my main. I was like, oh, how much are they worth? 4 gil, you say? Right, excellent. But yeah, the aim is to reach level 90, which I'm pretty sure we'll reach reasonably quickly. I'm thinking we'll probably start with leveling Roulette, and then we'll see what else it will take to reach level 90, and then we'll do the role quest line, and well, then we'll be able to have the rest of the roulettes that might be left over for Astrologian, and we'll see how far we get. A great day for leveling Bard to 90. Indeed. Come to think of it, I didn't even see how much XP I was missing. Hey Ogni, hope you're doing well. The people are here. Right then. As I was just saying, I'll probably... Do I have any upgrades, actually? Do I have any upgrades? That's not an upgrade. I'm guessing I already equipped any upgrades I would have had. Oh yeah, if you're already 8, maybe it makes sense to do some of the 8-man stuff first. Never mind. We are exactly 8 here if everyone here in the area wants to join. I think. So we could do that. If you would like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. I'll know how many do want to join. Do you have space for more? It seems like we are 6 right now. I'm guessing Adel wouldn't mind joining if there's no one else, but that would still mean we have space for you, Lexi. Alright, Jack. I'll see you then, at least. No, Kirhin is here as well. Are you on the way, Lexi? I'm just checking. What's the level 90 thing? That's Radiant Finale, yeah? Given that I got so many levels in Boja, it felt a bit like how I just lost complete overview. Of what I was getting. Lexi says I'll let the people there already join. I'm still gonna be a few. Okay, well in that case, we'll do it like this. Trials. We have 1 healer, is that fine? We could get in real trouble if we get the wrong thing. Oh, that's fair, Bob. It's really weird that it is that bad for you. I don't know how bad your connection is on on your home turf. But 1000 is yeah, if I had come to Materia and found that I was dealing with 1000 MS, then I would probably not had done anything combat related here. I could have just gone, well, I guess we're just doing tea times and stuff. Home is around 20? That's really weird then. Maybe a VPN or something could help you? I don't know. 1000 just sounds like too big of a jump. Oh boy, good thing we brought 2 healers for this. And that was of course a joke. Oh man. What was it? You can beat Thordan without moving? You can straight up beat him without moving. So, this is going to be real tough, as you can imagine. Yeah, it's true, Hobson. It's almost more like a cutscene. It's really weird, because due to it being this easy, it feels like a letdown in a way. But I'm pretty sure, based on what I've seen, that in Heaven's Ward, it wasn't so easy. In Heaven's Ward, the mechanics did matter. But it's so long ago, there's been so much power creep that it's absolutely insane. Minimum item level, no echo? That could be interesting. I wonder how big of a difference it would make. Because when we go back to like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, we have seen that minimum item level no echo makes mechanics matter again. But there is still the part that because of the sheer amount of changes that have happened since then, it's, you know, it's to the point where, like, the fact that enmity doesn't matter means that you can do way more damage, for example. But I could imagine it would at least make the boss hit harder. Like, if nothing else, that would at least add something. You probably have like 20 MS, but like I'm guessing you base the 20 MS off the fact that you have no latency issues. Singularity react on normal countdown. I wouldn't be surprised if you could solo it. Just go with a warrior, right? Come here, my nuts. Yeah, exactly, Derby. That was kind of what I was expecting. It's not a hard fight. Oh, Ilya's here. Maybe that's Kaze? Next we'll do normal raids. You can't immune the knockback? I mean, could you imagine if you couldn't even do that? If you couldn't even do that. We're one player short. Do we have a volunteer player 8? Are you doing alliance raids after? We're not. Simply because it doesn't pop at this time in Australia. But we can wait a moment, Lexi. I say, hey Lana, hope you're doing well. Shaq's here as well. Did you want to join, Shaq? It sounded like you were busy now, but had to come over later. Like, we're doing leveling roulette after this as well, so there's still more stuff. Shaq can join. In that case, Lexi, you can join for the leveling roulette. How does that work? Does that work? Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. We're trying to level Bard. It's going fine. We got Doton in trial. You know, the hardest trial in the game. Arm of the Father. Pepsi Man. Hey Tabo, hope you're doing well. Six-hour stream to get from 89 to 90. Oh no, no, no. Fortunately, we have other plans. That's just what we're starting with. Could you imagine? Gazel, could you imagine if I did a 6-hour stream to level 1 level and then didn't make it? Could you imagine? Would you actually, more importantly, would you be surprised? That was a weird lag spike. It looked for a moment like I didn't hit anyone else with my peloton. Oh boy. The mega lag is here. I'll just run ahead. Perhaps you could get this Tasha for the leveling roulette. And we'll probably use limited. When you thought you did normal raid roulette and you actually are doing stop dance roulette. I'm glad you found it helpful, Traverse. I do know the thing that I think most people find difficult with Ninja is either it's mudras, rememorizing them, or the fact that Ninja is it's one of those jobs where it doesn't really make sense unless you're doing the burst windows right. Like, it feels very barren without it. Alright, time for me to take like 15 seconds turning into a hand. You could have turned into anything, Living Liquid. Anything. And you chose a giant hand. Really? Yeah, I could imagine that, Traverse. It's like, that's also kind of what I do with Ninja, is that it's more about like a specific set of motion to get a specific action. This is also why it's important that your Tenchi Jin are placed in a position where the button presses make sense. Just wanted to have fingers, but it has fingers. It actually lost fingers when it turned into a hand. Did it need bigger fingers? Is that what we're going with? Ow. That's a little bit unfair. I'm pretty sure I moved in time. I feel like I got hit by, as if I got hit by both AoEs. Run! Escape! Oh yeah, maybe Living Liquid actually had a talk with Titania a few years in advance. Bigger is better! Right then, I will do this. And then, well, I already promised you a seat, Lexi. If you'd like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. They said it could become anything. So it became a hand. Yeah, that's what I mean. He could have turned into a T-Rex. He could have turned into a living hamburger. He could have turned into you. And he turned into a hand. In fact, he turned into a hand, and then a moment later went, wait a minute, I could be two hands. And yet still didn't go, I could be something better than two hands. Like, he just left it at that. I'm sorry that Living Liquid isn't as ambitious as Omega. Oh yeah, well, I mean, Omega went the other way. He was like, I'm a machine, but I'm basically in my own dreamscape. I could be anything. I could be a man. I could be a lady. Actually, I could be both at the same time. Living Liquid just wanted to be handy. I'm so handy. Do we have a volunteer tank in the group? Thank you. That works. I'm guessing we get them. Whoops. I'm thinking Don Meg. Is 213 useful for anything? Isn't that Suiton? Yeah, that's Suiton. That would be Suiton after Katon. Unless Trick Attack becomes an AoE attack in Dawn Trail, then no. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. You're not? Why not? What happened, Emir? Oh, Don Meg. I think there was like a... Well, that's the start. That's when you know that your tank is ready. That's really funny. I mean, you're learning a new game, Mimia. Can you barrage AoE? When you have Shadow Bite, you can kind of. Shadow Bite gets a 100 potency boost if you use it with barrage. I feel like you asked this last week as well, Absurd. Truck attack! Maybe Blue Mage will learn Truck Attack. That's fine, Emir. You'll learn it with time. I played Smash Bros for quite a while, and yet I still gravitated towards the characters that had very little or no like big chain combos because I just couldn't do it. I'm just not good at memorizing and doing combos, so I just dodged it. But in other fighting games, it's not as easy as just going, what if I just play something that doesn't have combos? Everyone has combos. Everyone has combos. I kind of goofed my opening gambit here. Oh, my dots dropped, but hey, at least I didn't get hit. When you have Tenchi Jin, like, the cooldown is a little bit awkward on AoE. It kinda comes down to whether you want to use, like, maybe you want to do, like, you could go in and use Tenchi Jin and finish it with Doton. Or you would have to do something else if you already put Doton down. A little awkward there. It kind of depends on your cooldowns as well. Because if you delay Tenchi Jin to make sure that it, like, it places, like, replaces your Doton, then you're also in a position where there's a very likely scenario that you drifted Doton, or drifted Tenchi Jin, which you also don't want. So it kind of comes down to a few things. Like, if your stuff has already drifted, then it's less of an issue. Single target Doton ninjas are generally receptive to being told not to here on Materia. See, the thing is, most of the single target Doton ninjas that I've met, I often meet them in alliance raids, and there it just feels... It's often difficult to get their attention at all. And there's also the whole, why does it matter we're in Crystal Tower? Like that kind of feeling. But part of it also is that I've talked about this many times before, but the arguments for single target Doton are usually rooted in something that is supposed to be good. Like, it's supposed to be good. As in, they're using Doton because they're like, well, it has more hand signs, so it's probably better. That makes sense. And technically, the Doton tooltip doesn't explain how many times it ticks. Like, no dot actually, like, all of the dots in the game don't really probably explain how often they hit. So if you're not aware that they tick every 3 seconds, if they tick more often than every 3 seconds, then Doton is really, really good. For single target. Which is kind of what causes the big misunderstanding. This Final Fantasy 14, Oscar, Final Fantasy 14 doesn't explain any ticks. They don't, like, Sacred Soil ticks an extra time when you place it as well, just like Doton. Asylum does as well. Like, all placed AoEs hit an extra time when you place them. But the game doesn't explain that, and it doesn't explain how often things tick. It doesn't say on Flamethrower that it ticks every second, it just says that it ticks for 80 potency, if I remember correctly. So you just have to go, oh, well, this one has a duration of 10 seconds, so it probably doesn't tick every 3 seconds, because that would make no sense. I've seen a single target dots in level 90 duties. It's rare, but I've seen it. Yeah, that's also part of the problem, is that the later you catch them, like, the higher level they are before you, like, find them and try to correct them, the less likely they are to listen. I've talked about this before also. It's, if they're told that single target Doton is wrong, and they're level 90, they've been doing potentially single target Doton since, well, since they unlocked Doton, right? And depending on how long they've played Ninja, they might have to come to like, they will have to fight themselves over the fact that either they're wrong and have played Ninja wrong for the vast majority of the time they've played Ninja, or you're wrong. Which means, most importantly, that they're not wrong. Like that's often the problem in these scenarios is, well, if I'm wrong, then what do I do with myself? For some people, at least. There's also a lot of people in the world that are totally fine with being wrong. I find it pretty funny when I discovered that there was something that I was certain I knew that is totally wrong. I find it funny most of the time, but I can totally see it. Why a lot of people would be like, Hey Viek, hope you're doing well. Well, Gazel, it's actually even worse than that. As we've discovered through discussions multiple times, there was this idea that before Endwalker, Doton was a gain on single target, because technically Doton did. Like, before Endwalker, Doton did 900 potency over its duration, where Raiton did 800 flat. So technically Doton was better, but that ignored the part where Doton takes half a second longer to cast. Which means it takes 20% longer to use, but is only 12% stronger. It would have been better to spend that half a second doing something else. Which means that even had the person been a returning player, they would still have been wrong. Like, they would have come back to the game gone, well, I've always used Doton. It can't have, like, it used to be good. And then you would have to tell them, nope, it was also wrong in Stormblood. We just didn't know better. Is Niall and Zeros? Hope you was doing well. Also, Osteich, I hope you're doing well as well. No, I know it's been a bit since you came in, but hey, still. Uh-oh. Rodro. Good luck, Derby. And good luck to me as well. We're going down, down. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. A samurai that didn't know what a limit break was, didn't even have it on their bars, was level 87 dungeon. I mean... I know that might be weird, but samurai, in a way, would be... I know it's shocking considering how often you'll see samurai that'll be first on the trigger. But because samurai is so personal DPS centric, it might make more sense to have a different melee DPS press the limit break. So it has never come up. Like, it's been like, well, the samurai didn't use limit break, but it's fine because the dragoon did, or whatever. Good luck with the raid, Ceres. I hope you haven't had too much beer. It is quite weird with the to explain to a healer the Cure 1 and physics stuff as well. But it's another thing where it's absurd that you'd need to explain it as a player that plays Final Fantasy XIV, right? Like, for all of us, we're like, why would you use Cure 1? But what's a good example? Like, if you're an old enough MMO gamer, you might have played World of Warcraft Vanilla or Classic, and there, healers would rather spam a lower rank healing spell because it was cheaper, like it was more MP efficient. And in other MMOs, it is a reasonably common thing that healers are taught to, like, conserve MP, make sure that their MP bar lasts the entire fight. But in Final Fantasy XIV, MP is a thing that exists, but is not something that matters most of the time. For some reason, the primary resource that healers work with in Final Fantasy XIV is time. And Cure 1, Physic, Benefic 1, and Diagnosis are insanely time inefficient. Which ironically makes them the worst spell in your arsenal, where someone who came from a different MMO would be like, well, if I don't need more healing than Cure 1, then it's the most MP efficient spell I have. Surely I should use it. And the only time where I feel like there could be an argument to be made to do, like, physics spam is if genuinely the person you need to heal needs health and you don't have emergency tactics. But on that's like, to reach a point where that makes sense, there's a lot of things that need to have already gone wrong. Like, you need to have no other cooldowns, for example. Like, all other cooldowns need to have been already spent. And somehow the person will still need healing. Specifically healing. The only other time where it also makes sense to use Physic on the regs is if, like, say you're doing a big AoE pull, for example, and maybe in a low-level dungeon even, and the tank is taking a lot of damage, but the damage is coming in waves such that you do Adloquium, but the shield will not break before you cast Adloquium again. It will break right after, but it comes in, like, exactly in a cadence where it won't work out for you. Then it makes sense to alternate between Adloquium and Physic. But that's still not Physic spamming. Da 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 da. Toads! This feels like the Moxome farming stream. Hey Boomet, hope you're doing well. It's okay, guys. I sprint through the gold saucer jump puzzles sometimes. The leap of faiths. Yeah, that's the worst time to slip. Like right at the last step, you fall down, have to go again. I also really enjoy Leap of Faith. I feel like many of the really hard jumping puzzles in the game, there's not that many of them, but most of the ones that are just like out in the world, I feel like they're too hard. Like they're made to be done once. So like of course they're meant to be really hard, but the Leap of Faith ones are put at a difficulty where they're meant to be beaten that one time. And then like they're somewhat randomized, so they're not too brutal. And that makes it really fun, I think. Where I feel like something like the Kugane Tower, or Kugane Hotel, I suppose. It's just, like, I did that in an hour the first time, but it's still, I prefer Leap of Faith. X40 is the newest Leap of Faith, right? Yeah. I think that's the reason, because I feel like in recent memory, every time I've had Gazel go with me to Leap of Faith, we've landed in Sylph. And that's the hardest one by far. Like, they're longer than the two other ones, and they're harder. It's just not a good time. Really? Really, game? You're gonna do me like this? I guess we will, I guess we'll do one tribe quest. Oh yeah, we could also just start on the role quest. That's actually a really good point. It's a good point, Dimir. And yeah, it's true, Gazel. I believe Yoshi P just said, "Well, I'm not good at it," and didn't finish. Wondrous Palace hard. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out at some points in that one. The Dorman Delegate. Not to be confused with the Dorman Delegate. How much XP do you give? Oh, exactly, like enough for a level. Perfect. Do mine eyes deceive me? Lady Caetsu! Oh, thank the Kami. Lord Hien has requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter, the hunt for a fell beast believed to be a blasphemy. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear even our finest shinobi will be no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. What is your talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare. I can think of no one better to aid us in overcoming this adversary. It would be my pleasure. Oh, Kami be praised. I shall inform Lady Yugiri that she may receive you at the Doman Enclave. Safe travels, Lady Caetsu. The thing that makes it the Kogane Tower jump puzzle the hardest for me was, like, I actually got through most of the jumping puzzle rather quickly when I did it, but the final jump, like up to that stick right before I get up to the roof, I failed that one for like 30 minutes. And it didn't help that every time you fail it, you basically fall like 60% of the path back. So that's fun. It's good to see you, Caetsu. When we received word that you of all people had answered our call, I could scarcely believe it. Yet here you are. Ah, yes, me of all people. Who else visits the weird delicate room? The delicate room. Lord Hien will be pleased with this reunion. If you'd wait here a moment. Well, well, that the Kami should guide your steps to our door once more, and with such fortuitous timing. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Thavnair, a similar creature was born of a woman in Isari. After attacking another villager, it took to the skies and fled, though to where we know not. An all too cruel twist of fate, for the one slain was among the prisoners returned to us in that deplorable exchange with Asahi and the Empire. Just when they had at last begun to piece their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is wont to keep to the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus did we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned into weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Thavnair, and their numbers increased by the day. Well, I did. From what I understand, this phenomenon is not unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which, of late, can be found in abundance. Slaying the beasts means nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hien! Someone said. You have to help! The villagers, they... Yes? Sir, please, calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned in Namai, my lord. For blessing, no one was harmed when the beast flew into a rage, but the people are in a panic. I fear what may happen next. Well, more people turn into monsters. That's what happened next. That happens next normally. It would seem we have even less time than I thought. Worry not, we'll seize the beast. As of yet, there's no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can, I promise you. As of yet? I trust you're ready to join the fray. It was last seen near the glittering basin. Come, I will show you. Snile says, anybody know if they will add the Vibrant Picture Hildebrand relics on Dawn Trail launch? They will never add a Viper and Pictomancer Hildebrand relic. Because they don't do them retroactively, as Aradel said. For Realm Reborn, there's only the relic weapons for jobs that were added in a Realm Reborn. The only one that is like a slight outlier is Ninja, because Ninja was added during a Realm Reborn. And they have a relic weapon, but they were added during a Realm Reborn. In Heavensward, no jobs after Heavensward got a relic. In Stormblood, no job after Stormblood got a relic. In Shadowbringers, no job after Shadowbringers got a relic. Including Sage and Reaper. They didn't get one. And in Endwalker, like the Endwalker relics, they will not be expanded to include Pictomancer or Viper. Unfortunately. Beast was right here, I swear it. Yeah, it didn't just stand there. Thank you for leading us here, but it is not safe. Please, return to your village. Yeah, exactly, Sniled. The best in slots you could get would be... Well, the optimal one would probably be a Credendum weapon, which should be added with the launch of Dawn Trail. we should split up if we're to have any chance of finding it. Kazu, would you see to the west? I'll search in the north. Yugiri, I leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will not hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now, let us not waste any more time. They live on the other side of the world, give them a break. I mean, it's more there's no cure yet. Like that's very, very hopeful, I guess. Oh, look. Ah! The lag! It's getting to me. Are you all right? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear Caetsu arrived not a moment too soon. Why? Yes? Why did you kill my brother? I mean, as a monkey. Monkey-looking creature to me. Your brother. Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. Had she not laid it to rest, it would have killed you, and countless others. But if your heart cries out for one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No, no, you're wrong. You killed him, murdered him. I hate you. Yes, that's what we're saying. That's what we did. You don't realize he was going to do the same to you. Isari, what are you doing here? Searching for Tonbo, though clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed. Tonbo gave chase the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was, regrettably, not among those returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. The hope they might one day be reunited was their only comfort when the Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked into Isari, a shadow of her former self. Tsuyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of her death, and of their father's absence. Deprived of hope and of hate all at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, it was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain, and took the brother who brought him comfort. That would hate me too. I swear we'll set things right for Tonbo, for all the people of Doma. Please, return home, Ise, and be safe. Yeah, most of these stories are really sad. Yours are just advanced monkeys. Well, I mean, somehow this particular hero had like done the opposite of advancing, as you could see. Let us return to the Roman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. Yeah, the best you can do if you want to play Pictomancer or Viper, either one, the best you can do to prepare yourself to like power level as fast as possible is get a full level 80 armor set and accessories. You won't need the earring if you got the pre-order earring, it'll be better. Once you have that, get a full credendum set at level 90. If you have savage drops, that also works. And also get, you know, accessories. I'm pretty sure specifically at level 90 the pre-order earring will still be better, but at level 91 a credendum, an augmented credendum earring might be better. And once you have that, well, make sure you get, like, go into the expansion with full 2000 poetics so that you can buy something. And after that, you know, try and augment all of the credendum gear that you have. The reason why you'd want to do specifically that is because when the expansion comes out, you will be able to buy Viper and Pictomancer weapons, both at level 80 and 90, for your poetics. So you'd want to have the poetics for that. And the reason why you want to augment all that credendum gear, or savage gear, is simply that that's the best you can get. And that's also true, Aurel. You can also join the Discord. And then you can also, like, ask for further clarification from other people that have ideas. I also have a Dawn Trail a Dawn Trail preparation guide that mentions and lists these things. But yeah, that's the best you can do. If you specifically want to play Pictomancer, get a full level 80 set, get a full level 90 set for caster. See if you can upgrade some of the credendum gear if you if you haven't already, so you can get, like, the item level as close to 660 as possible. And then save poetics so that you can buy weapons on day 1. Titania Extreme in Roulette. That sounds like a rough time, Zaf. Play Cyanide. You're doing well. Thank you, Ardell. Oh, your great debt for your timely assistance, and an apology, for I've made you an executioner in Yong Tonbo's eyes. Would that I had been the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become. But we haven't time to dwell on regrets and what should have been. No, we need to take action, and after hearing of Tonbo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters will return to us in the prisoner exchange, but even so, there are those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yotsuyu, who was directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them and their grief, but what of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain? It may well give way to despair, and then they would share the same fate as Tonbo's brother, yes. Which is why we must needs consider who else might share in his anguish, ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I'll begin making rounds of the villages to inquire after those whom their neighbors believe are more distressed of late. Very good. I and the other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set these events in motion. And you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured we will keep you apprised of our findings. And... ta-da! Ta-da! Thank you. Caetsu, we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Isari, but, for our blessing, we have received no reports of others that have turned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about the villages and converse with his subjects directly. I suspect his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he has ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he has been away overlong. I thought to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Isari. Might I ask you to accompany me? Thank you. I'm sure there's no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I should be glad to find him quickly. I'll just go ahead. I'll see you there. Will you accompany me there? I'll go ahead. He returned to monkey. Yes. Correct. Yeah, these these role quests. If you don't care about the ability to dye your job set you get for Endwalker, then they don't really give you anything. So if you don't care about the stories, then you don't really have any reason to do them. And admittedly, the stories are, some of them at least, are kind of a bummer, to say the least. Caetsu, Yugiri, my apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Assessing the state of affairs here in Isari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if that has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don a disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Caetsu, let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. And then she just shows up in like super casual wear, but like a shirt where it just says #1 Heian fan in bold text over it. And she's like, I don't understand why no one wants to talk with me, Caetsu. I couldn't possibly know. They give XP? Well, I mean, they give like a 1/5 of a level. They're actually extremely time inefficient for leveling, unless you skip the dialogue. I owe a great debt to Lord Heian. If not for him, I would still be fighting under the Imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our lord failed to punish the Viceroy for her crimes, and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I understand why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. You don't want to talk with him. You're among the people that he had said didn't want to talk with him. A blasphemy. You're mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited not by a monster, but a kami, Izanami. When Lord Heian is cold and callous, she offers us boundless compassion and love. Disagree on that one. Boundless compassion and love when it eats you. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Isari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. If I'm to be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor mother-in-law mad. Kisei has ever been a devout believer in the kami and their blessings, but she's somehow convinced herself that Minato has become one. The delusions of a grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. Correct. Actually, it's not just heresy. It's blasphemy. Huh? Huh? I see. Little wonder they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this blasphemy is a kami, however, is quite concerning. Izanami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma and ushers souls of the departed onto the land of the dead. I trust you understand what it would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. The villagers also claim this Kisei can speak with the dead. In fact, she'll be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. The perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. Might I ask you both to attend in my stead? Ah, yes, the warrior of light who helps Heian at every turn. And some random aura in a #1 Heian fan shirt. Her followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come. Come along with me. I'll walk ahead. She looks angry. Oh, spirits of Isari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. Well, the camera's doing a lot of the work here. Akitsu. It knows my name! Father? Still tending the nets, like I told you. Yes, Father. Every day, thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I'm proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, but... And I am proud to have been your father. May you be ever blessed by the sea's bounty. It hurts. Father, what's wrong? Nice performance. He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Fear not, Izanami shall put all to rights. She'll claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them on to the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. Yeah, that's how it works. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? I don't know him, so no. Kisei, can you commune with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kisei, please. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like going with. Is like, oh, the souls in the afterlife are in terrible pain. What can we possibly do to alleviate their pain, Kizzy? Oh, if only I had 500,000 gil, that would help them a lot. Yes. And yeah, Lexi, once we've done the role quests, we'll be leveling Astrologian, and we'll be doing it in the same way. It's just that eventually we'll just be spamming dungeons instead of doing specific roulettes. So, is Kisei's ability all that she claims? Another cutscene! A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord. And I suspect how great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, and there was nothing I could do or say to give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there has not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tonbo's brother. Which can only mean word of Kisei and her ability to speak with the deceased has spread. The belief we can commune with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. Indeed. She comes! Izanami! And that's concerning. The blasphemy? Here? I need a small loan of 1,000,000 gil. She needs new raid gear. She's saving up for Dawn Trail. Lord Ian, the Kami, she appeared as if from nowhere, and in the next instant this poor man was... Yes? Nope. So we were too late. I spoke with him before in Isari. You recognize him then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the feed be after, I wonder? Someone says it does not become my lord to speak ill of the Kami. I understand you're come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it, but you're sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Yeah, you see, there's a problem there. Let's see that ascension, then. Are you all ready? Minato, please. I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it. No justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Ian can't give me even that. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, a gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the Kami, in Izanami. Ah, yes. I want to believe, but... Yeah, that's not how you ascend. I don't think I believe in the god. There you go. A weird kind of ascension. Izanami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance between their world and ours. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the Kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of 2 innocents, but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the Kami would condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yahtzee free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in the foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Ian, is it not your duty to protect Doma and her people? How are we to place our faith in the man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? I feel like she's being a little unreasonable right now. Only the Kami are deserving of our adoration, as they have always been. Now, gang, let's walk. Nice one, Sav. That was rather quick. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much, at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with Kisei. Is something the matter? Well, I saw the ascension. The echo, and the blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family becoming one with the divine was the only reality with which she could come to terms. I believe I know what must be done, but I but pray her fervor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Back to the Enclave. I've arrived, Hien. From what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair, as well as the focus of her ire, is clear. It is plain she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not have been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yotsuyu to account, together with the sight of other families reunited, compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. A path to despair paved by my good intentions. A truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience unto my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she has become, she would implore us to stop her. Which is why we must find the others who will return to us in the prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy. Two pulls is actually really good for any extreme, I feel, especially a Shadowbringers one. Caetsu, if you come to ask if there's blasphemy, I have naught to share. As of yet, our shinobi have seen no sign of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hien has seen them safely to the Kienkan. As such, he is presently assisting with the hunt. For blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers turning, and yet, before the situation takes a turn for the worse, there's a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. Though a villager of Isari, I suspect she may, in fact, hail from my home. Sui-no-Sato. No way! What was it that gave it away, Yugiri? Was it the horns? Knowing they would be loath to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Sui-no-Sato in my stead. While contact with the outside world is kept to a minimum, they have ever maintained relations with the blue of Tamamizu. At mention of Kisei, however, their cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we are to learn more, I fear we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Sui-no-Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. That said, it has been many years since I left home. Were I to disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company, if you're willing to take the risk. Yes! Thank you. Let us make for Onokoro then. Onokoro. That is an interesting difficulty spike, isn't it? Titania, oh, that's doable. Innocence, easy. The rest of them are impossible. I could imagine that Hades would be too difficult to do extreme, just randomly, with a roulette. The garments I wore when we first met, sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. I mean, a mask would work. How many years has it been since last I saw home? I am a shinobi of Doma, aye, but even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Sui-no-Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not a touch reckless, and together with the other children I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ruin and ash, Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste, I lost my way in the bamboo groves. The bamboo grows. It was there I first met a young boy named Shun. A sweaty mess as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon. Training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Hey, Luminoir. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. And welcome to the game. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises, and every day my resolve to protect those I loved grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully, the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believed was sorely needed, and I found it as a shinobi. But the people feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. That is why, for their sake, I would remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your employ. Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Sui-no-Sato. And here we are. And she put on the mask. All these years, yet naught appears to have changed since the day I left. But now is not the time to reminisce. We have work to do. Kisei's departure from Sui-no-Sato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave.
Kisei, the name sounds familiar, and yet, apologies, Fred, my memory is not what it once was.
Let's seek out another.
Alright.
Ariel says, for those who don't know, Hien, or Shun, in Final Fantasy VI is the son of Cyan in Final Fantasy VI. And Doma's theme is straight up Cyan's theme from Final Fantasy VI. In the original game, Cyan is traumatized by his failure at saving Doma, so his son Hien's success in 14 is a story 20 years in the making. No, nice. That is an that is a little less of a, that is a bit less obvious of a reference. It's pretty cool.
My, it has been quite some time since I last heard that name. She was a priestess of the village, banished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder?
Please, is there anything else you can tell us?
Yunagi was quite close with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Anyway, so I told them to buzz off.
Mother, I had hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way, Caetsu, might I ask you to take the lead?
I thought I was. I thought I was the one taking the lead, but I guess not. It is good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Kisei, yes, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. Still, if I can be of assistance to the woman to whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kisei was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her, but everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could, and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years, knowledge of events to which she could not have been privy. Words of her talent eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to Shisui of the Violet Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Kisei said to her in the palace, only that the princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Kisei revealed a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful, but who's to say the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive? Thus, could we never be certain if it was simply a fantasy or a power divine? The one thing that is certain is that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly I have not seen or spoken with Kisei since her banishment. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. How? I believe this is the first time a humble shinobi has visited Sui-no-Sato. Haircuts are hereditary in Final Fantasy XIV. Well, she doesn't have quite the same hairstyle, I don't think. Ah, is that so? For the briefest of moments, he reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you have heard tales of Yugiri Mistwalker. Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her. That we could not be more proud of her. That's true, they look very similar, but I do believe Yugiri has a different haircut. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not a day goes by without you in her thoughts. I believe we have heard enough. Shall we return to Onokoro? Maybe if she didn't have her hair put up, she would have the exact same hair as her mom. Oh, so he does. Hope you're doing well. And here we are. Who needs travel, am I right? My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Though I must confess, it did my heart good to see mother and father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace, as a shinobi of Doma, no, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there will come a day when Sui-no-Sato opens to the world, a day when Yugiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Hien could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Kaien and Lady Mina have long since passed, two of too many lives lost in the Imperial occupation. I can't see anything with my sunglasses! I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake, Lord Hien knows the pain of his people all too well. I can see it in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. But perhaps I have said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. What a quest! That's a good point, Giraheen. Says, to be frank, opening to the world doesn't necessarily have to mean banished people are now unbanished. I think the fair argument there is
If Sui-no-Sato opened up to the world, then her parents would also have an easier time visiting the rest of the world where Yugiri is not banished. Like, while we're on the subject. It's a little strange. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved an enlightening one. So she does. So she does, in fact, hail from Sui-no-Sato, and you say she has possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Genuine or no, the people believe her and more flock to her side with every passing day. But the returnees are safe at the Kienkan, its defense is bolstered. As for the blasphemy, I've spoken with our Confederate allies, among others, and together we will establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it. Alexi Smol Caetsu has Astrologian at level 83. Wolves 10 PM music. You've arrived not a moment too soon on account of not leaving. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For mercy, there are no reported casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see, given that you didn't leave. No sooner had we cast wide our net than a Confederate messenger was at our door. If you would join us, Rasho awaits our arrival at Onokoro. That's also a good point, Gireen. That's a pretty good point. She, like, if they suddenly make something she did that was illegal, if that's suddenly made legal, it probably makes sense to, like, undo that one. What was it you were thinking of, Lexi? Yeah, sure. Well now, that the noble lord of Doma should come in person once again. Mayhap these blasphemies truly are a threat. Indeed they are, and I was told you and yours sighted our quarry quite recently. Yeah, it's right over here. Aye, that we did, near the islands of Shoal Rock. The beast appeared to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, and this blasphemy has eyes only for former conscripts, then we have naught to fear. I trust those we accept into our care are still in yours at the Kienkan, enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there's a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we divide our forces. If you're willing to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle about the islands. First to find it will have the honor of the kill. That's hopeful. Huh, a simple enough plan. Shall we be off to Shoal Rock then? Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, Lexi. Yeah, no, only 7 more levels. If we're leveling all the way from 30, then I don't think we'd be leveling Astrologian. It's simply that it's one of the projects that Smol Caetsu has left that wasn't finished. It's this Astrologian, the Endwalker role quest line, and the MSQ. That's the only things that that we have started on that has not been finished, and I'm pretty sure we can make it before Dawn Trail. Yes, Emiam. This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. If the fates are kind, this will all be over soon. Yes, I have, Emia. I'm pretty good at playing Fubuki in it.
Damn it. Such speed. I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it. Well. Don't tell me that's the blasphemy flying off into the distance. I hoped the ill will it bore me in life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less of Minato remains than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? Yes. You knew her? The family tried to flee to Hingashi during the occupation, but their ship was raided and sunk. When we happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents on a piece of flotsam, desperate to keep warm. They had long since grown cold. We took her to Onokoro, where we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Isari was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Ori fisherman, and I knew at once she had found more than a home there. I saw them here many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to reports from Rattatan, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behavior as blasphemies. Then perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. Probably. That would also explain its timid nature. Minato was never one for violence, and the sight of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred what little of the woman remains in the monster. If that is the case, an assault on the Kienkan is unlikely, guarded as it is by our samurai. But how are we to fight an enemy so quick as to flee at the first sight of danger? Robbed of her parents, her husband, and now her life. I would rather we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well the risk we take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, you will be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put our soul to rest. Oh, nice, Stargazer. Also, hey, Cat David, hope you're doing well. Kiara isn't bad. I played her a few times. I had problems with... I felt like some of her tools were a little like... difficult to build around. Yeah, if you're using her, it's probably because you've just started. I'm guessing there's many characters to unlock in Holokyorium. Yeah. There's naught to do now, but bide our time. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Given what we've learned, it seems likely that the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock, but that knowledge will avail us naught if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Isari, we have come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me? Those returned to us in the prison exchange have been granted shelter at the Kienkan. That they yet live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, and so I beseech you to render them unto the goddess Izanami. Absolutely not. It is not our place to pray for the death of others, nor draw steel to sate me of bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or my own hand, I do so not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your mercy for Yotsu serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free?
For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by rights she should have died then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise, and returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yotsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it, you were denied the justice you deserved. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, believe yourselves fit to bear the burden and swing the sword, then step forward.
Sophistry and lies. They were meant to die. The spirits demanded.
Yeah, and you're insane.
Are these the words of the dead or the living who yet mourn?
Someone said from off screen. Guess who?
Word of the Isari priestess and her gifts has spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but, alas, could not, and so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisher Akitsu.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. Uh-oh. He's alive, but that would mean... Yes, that's right, everyone. It means that we have a liar in our midst. Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. Yes, Kisei, can you say it with me, everyone? I am insane. You shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make certain of that. You are insane. You've been schmickled off. So, I mean, Ymir, all of the characters are good. It's just about which one you find makes most sense. I found Ina to be very good, Aridel. I just didn't play her that many times because there's so many characters. No, just let her walk away. Indeed. Also true, Gireen. The other person who would wear a #1 Heian fan shirt. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Heian, I am returned. Full glad am I for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we have given the lie to Kisei's claims of preternatural powers. I gather you are apprised of recent events? Aye, it did not take long to learn of the states of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I had heard tales of Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw this spirit in the flesh. He was also on pilgrimage, paying respect to the departed, and we chanced to meet in a Liberation Front infirmary. Would that we were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I am glad to see you all hale and hearty. Tonbo, is something the matter?
I wish to apologize, Lord Ian. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry I...
Right, Emir. Have a good evening. Please, Tonbo, you needn't apologize.
It's just... My brother was always so brave, but father's death was more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. But if he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? We wanted to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... Not that I blame you for that, Lord Ian. I understand nothing could be done.
That Akitsu's father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he's indeed the rare exception. I've offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. Yet Kisei continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. A tempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet to heal, much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while theirs remain broken. But for those like that poor boy whose hearts lack for hatred, who only know sadness and despair, they too may turn. Exposing the truth of Kisei's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. There's much I could learn from your pilgrimage. If there's aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I can do for the part I played in Yotsu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Katsu. The day's events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you will be the first to know. Wow, Cat Damon. Cat Damon says, I'm glad that old woman learned her lesson and won't cause any more trouble. Yeah, I'm sure that's how it's going to go down.
Regrettably, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shoal Rock. As Tansui surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Hien and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent our other villagers from turning. If you would wait here a moment, he would no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter.
My signature move, waiting.
Katsu, so glad you could come. As Yugiri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions and much deliberation, we believe we have found a means to allay the growing malaise of our people. If you would, Gosetsu.
The idea came to us after considering young Tonbo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share in his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones as is their right. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. That we might provide the people of Doma with comfort and closure, we will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Spirits reside in all things, but be they living or inanimate, and though we may die, a part of us lives on in the items we cherished most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, these belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma, and at last know peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. Did I read it wrong? No, it did say national. Weird.
It's not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect they will have made up their minds by the time we go to collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me, for my benefit and for theirs. To break free of their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories and the love they shared with the departed, and I will help them find it. Might the Liberator of Doma be willing to favor the people with her presence as well? I doubt not that they will appreciate the gesture. Good. Yugiri, I leave the people of Isari to you. Caetsu, might I ask you to... Apologies, my lord, but there is a small but most urgent matter I must first tend to. Very well, I shall not pry. Now, Caetsu, let us go and pay a visit to the good people of Namai. Yeah, that is true, Aridel. Caetsu is like a traveling monk. Fair enough, Yurine. I did realize that it was a little funny, but I also thought, wait a minute, that actually doesn't make very good sense, does it? Or does it? A national funeral? How about a shard-wide funeral? I will free us from the wheel. Right then, before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it is of the utmost importance that we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is that their offerings are delivered in pristine condition, and I will be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not options, I must ask that you fight for us both, but we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. For now, let us be off. Free us from the blade! You've got Smol Caetsu to bite her horns off. I will free us from the wheel. Golbez, before inventing the hover car. Before inventing flight. My husband, my dear sweet Materia, never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush to the Swallow's Compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. Let me trouble you to tell us more about your husband. Materia was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yangsha. It was his dream to take us to Kogane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places they took him, though I know not how. But more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not in what far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works. He sounds like quite a man, to hold fast to his art even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. Golbez Airlines. Remember to fasten your seatbelts, everyone. Sit tight on the flight. I must thank you again, Lord Ian, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's Compass. Nay, the honor's mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, And so was I, once upon a time. A samurai, as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son Motozue was never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow in my footsteps, gave his everything to holding his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt the pride I thought I'd forsaken swell in my breast, and I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas, he could have fled, perhaps started life anew as a vagabond of some sort, but he bore the burden and fought for Garlemald, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. It is plain he was a loving son and a warrior true. I will care for his blade as if it were mine own, and see it given the honor and respect due a samurai of Doma. It's a little random that Ian is like, be careful, we might get attacked. I'm like, don't worry, Ian. There's no enemies in this town. With heroes plain and abyssal... Wait, what? And abyssal more plains, I bring my people vacations. I realize it's quite large, but I want to offer this on behalf of my brother and our father Suzushiro. The big urn. If you're willing, I would very much like to hear about them both. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd see them laughing over drinks together, or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it. I'm sure it will taste all the sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or father, but if you will allow, I would be honored to share drinks with you in their stead, when you are of age, of course. This should be everything. Would you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? Accidentally give the sword to his grand company? Oops. Now that's why Ian is the one carrying the things, because he knows Smol Kai can't be trusted with these items. Like, if anyone had something that looked edible, it would just be like, they hand it to Smol Kai, camera moves, and then looks back, and it's gone. Smol Kai just in the middle of eating it. Just like... Oh, right! For the funeral! Oops! They put on brave faces, but the people of Namai are still racked with grief. It is the same at every village I have visited in recent days. It is only now that I am struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believed Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet, by focusing so keenly on the future, I've neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair, and become beasts that plague our lands like poor Tonbo's brother, how are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back? Is there not someone for whom you yourself still grieve? They hand the blade to Smol Kai and all her clothes get removed because she switched to samurai. Smol Kai is a machine that turns crystals into pink violence. Well, that's how Primal works, right? Me. All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. Someone says from off-screen. Is it Caetsu?
Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and the young lord. For the best, I should think, for he cannot lead by example if he has not yet made peace with his own past. A thousand apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters of which I spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father, the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. Aye, how could you even begin to mourn, when first you had to lead? It would behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past while it is still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost.
I thank you for your counsel, Caetsu, but if I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle, or am I mistaken?
Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance, if you will excuse me.
Seems a little overkill. Training. To help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He's not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I'm to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it, the moment it all came crashing down. Do you think Smol Kai would eat Mog Station, Krista? She probably would. We'd taken Doma Castle. Victory was ours, but then we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching towards us, the Crown Prince at the fore. No sooner had Caetsu and I escaped than we received word that Xenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Caetsu in an instant, how he wept for his lord, while I felt the weight of the profound duty bear down upon my shoulders, crushing, suffocating, the heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Caetsu included, were consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? But now I must, and so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through with me to Journey's End? The keepsake I would offer up for the funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We will have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not, my yawl will ferry us. Just a moment.
I lost my hat, and it's too expensive on the Mark Station.
Why exactly 7, Krista Derby? The place we seek is Plum Spring, in the mountains. Shall we? Yes. In the mountains. Also, hey Neverbloom, hope you're doing well. Cyanide, didn't Yugiri participate in fights like that as well? Twice? It was real to me in a dream.
Well, there was a short time where Gosetsu was a tank samurai, at least, Cat Damon, so maybe that's why Ian was like, he must have been a warrior. He can't have been a tank and a samurai. I'm pretty sure Yugiri was in the second fight as well. Maybe I remember wrong. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. A monkey! Charming, is it not? The great auspice Kisien Dasheng, said to reside somewhere along the Dairyu chain. In those days, anyone and everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was, I once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried it here shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed a fitting place to both part with my childhood and offer final goodbye to my mother. More a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure. But he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. And that is precisely how I wish to bid him farewell, with a smile. Say, Ajibuster, we moved it to Sunday. I had some real-life stuff yesterday, you see. It should go without saying I would prefer it not become known that I kept the stall here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it is time we return to the Enclave. I'm pretty sure it said Sunday on the schedule. Did I write it wrong? There are yet more villages to visit and offerings to collect, but preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people will have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains the problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts will remain at the Kian Khan until it has been dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time, but before that, I would be honored if you were present for the funeral rites. Pray speak with Yugiri when next you visit the Enclave, and she will tell you more of the proceedings. Oh, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. What? The final quest in the chain? Adel says, I just stumbled on another deeper part of the hidden cyan reference. If you give Doma plums to a chocobo, his color will turn towards the cyan. Oh, interesting. It does say Sunday. Thank you, Derby. I do understand some people don't actually look at the schedule. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people just go, well, normally there's stream at this time, so if it's around this time, maybe there's a stream. And then just leaves it at that. Which is totally understandable. As ever, your timing is impeccable. We but moments ago completed preparations for the funeral. That's impressive. Moments ago, we decided, like, we started on the final preparations for the funeral. We've already finished. I'll inform Lord Hien of your arrival. Yeah, the weekly schedule is always in the Discord server. It's always pinned on the X, formerly known as Twitter, profile, and it is also posted in the community tab on YouTube, although you would have to scroll most of the time to find it. You're here. Excellent. Oh right, you didn't move. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements, and I mean to make the most of the time its absence affords us. I assume you were planning to take part in the ceremony? It says here in my quest that I have to. Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Kozetsu will not be joining us today. He's injured himself, as I knew he would with his secret training, and now grumbles from the confines of his bed. But he will be fine in due course. We may worry over his convalescence after the funeral. That also makes sense. That's also why usually if there's something unusual about the schedule, I try to like highlight it. Because I could imagine that a lot of people like glimpse it, go, interesting, and then just, that's it. That doesn't look suspicious at all. The villagers should arrive ere long, then we may begin. I have some bad news for you, Archiebuster. In regards to the current year. Lord Hien, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearned to believe my daughter was a Kabi reborn, but you were right. She is a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating the conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Nay, this ceremony shall serve far, far better, and so, as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg for your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear, sweet Minato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Hien. Allow them a place within the mausoleum, that their spirits may know peace. Dun, 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 dun. There's no need to beg forgiveness, Kisei. Please rise. Stabbies! Bro, what did you expect? She will come for you. By the Kami, she gave her life to draw out the blasphemy? Surprise! Well, we have a problem. Right now our group has a tank and 2 DPS. I have arrived, fashionably late as always. Ow. They're very smart. They actually put something to interrupt in the fight. You've been a ranged physical job for, I don't know, 90 levels? You should know this.
For you, father.
Nice. Ugh. Oh no.
Concentrate.
Like how, Ian? Like using chitin or something? We don't do that anymore. I'm pretty sure I didn't fail any of them, but I don't actually remember. It's been a long time, so. Claiming that I know would be absurd. So I can absolutely not remember.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Wouldn't it be funny if the NPCs just decided to not stack with you? We've learned from the players. I mean, they're cutting it quite close here to drive home a point. You didn't bring a healer. Isn't that weird? Interestingly, Darth, Geomans has also been presented as Astrologian from Doma.
Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord.
Whoever could it be? Caetsu, what is that staff?
Pilgrimage proved a most enlightening experience, and is where I chanced to discover the benefits of ascetic training. I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but Shugendo affords me another way to turn the tide of battle.
Stubborn as ever. I shall have to thank you later. Let us put an end to this. The boss is just like, are you done? Are you done? Alright. Round 2. Ding ding. Fight. Now we get the Stormblood boss music. Oh, perfect. I get to open with a little bit more.
For you, Father.
Blech. I won't make that. Oh yeah, just hard enraged like the boss, like, are you done? Alright, well, you've been talking for like 10 minutes. My hard enrage is coming up, so don't know what to tell you. This is over. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, the timer doesn't stop. I just thought, well, since you're not attacking me,
I could just, you know, just run the clock. That works. That's actually a really cool, unique animation for him holding that.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
You better not suddenly pull or put a random stack mark on Gozetsu now. Just but a scratch. Just but a scratch. A deceiver to the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. She will have a proper burial, and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. Are we going to enshrine her? I've gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past, to pay respects to loved ones fallen on the field of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, these sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray never forget their bravery, that the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Maroya Motokawa, the aspiring painter. He was a man who saw beauty in all things, and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kugane. Matsuzue Jitsu, the warrior in training. He longed to become a samurai like his father, and bring honor to his family. Suzushiro Kotakumi, the carpenter. A man wholly dedicated to his craft, who hoped to one day pass on his talents to his two loving children. And the other people. And lastly, Minato Shihogaki and her mother-in-law Kisei. Theirs was once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Isari. Though she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who would become her husband. the son of Kisei, who herself had been born to Isari on winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Sui-no-Sato. For her gifts, she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as if she were their own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your hearts swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that proof of their mark left on this world shall remain here, enshrined within the swallow's compass for all eternity. Let us still our voices, and in silence pray for their souls, that they may share in the peace we have found.
Yeah, Kisei, who sadly doesn't have a surname, I guess. Your flow is beautiful. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a battle with a blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least, now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have all returned home, and I believe it is time we did the same. That is pretty funny, Girin. I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Like, he was like, first name, last name, first name, last name, first name, last name. And Kisei, I guess. You know. We've held a national funeral and slain a blasphemy besides. A rather productive day, would you not agree? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home. Speaking of returns, I think I speak for us all when I say your appearance at the Swallow's Compass came as something of a shock. What of your injuries from training?
Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best efforts to reclaim my former skills, my back and my hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for the morrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed, and so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow.
The cane suits you, Caetsu, but your mastery of healing magics was a sight to behold, almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle.
I am still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope that I will be able to refine my ascetic arts during my next pilgrimage.
So you're leaving then?
Worry not, Lord Ian. Should you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai, perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that, I take my leave. I'll give you cause to tremble by making it impossible for you to kill us. Ooh.
That is actually quite frightening if your opponent just brings a guy that makes it impossible for you to hurt them. Though it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past, we have turned a corner and begun to heal. We may look to the future unburdened by grief ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we shall walk it with eyes unclouded, and with pride. You have done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. If I may ask one last favor, before you leave, please inform our representative at Ratatan that the blasphemy has been vanquished, and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experiences here will prove useful to other nations that yet grapple with these beasts. Just a moment, it just occurred to me, I think I've forgotten something. We never did the level 80 quest for Bard, we should do that. We should do that before we completely move on. I think we did the Astrologian one. Yeah, we did. It's just the Bard one that I never did. Lady Caetsu, you returned. What word from Doma? Oh, we did the everything. We did the everything. The blasphemy is no more? That is most wonderful news. I must inform the other delegates at once. Thank you again for answering our summons. If another threat should rear its dastardly head, I pray we can count on your assistance again. Yep, probably that, Giraheen. There was also the part where we didn't exactly have plans to do that. Like specific plans to do something specific at level 80, so it was easy to miss it. Where's the quest? I would guess that it is at our Bard trainer. Just random guess. Yep. That looks right to me. I also double check with this. Yep, specifically a Bard quest. Before we do that, I will be right back though. In the meantime, sanity restored. That is pretty good, Darth. 10 years in the future. No one remembers the final days. Leveling new role. Random blasphemy quest in Ratzathan. That is actually the quite weird thing with stories where they're caught in a time bubble. Like that, is that the blasphemy quest lines make no sense if you do them after the final days. But I think a lot of people just didn't, I'm pretty sure a lot of people just went and did the final days and was like, I'll get back to the job, the role quest lines later. I'm pretty caught up in this. Well, that is a good point, Vince. That would help a lot. I'm pretty sure I did did the one for Summoner. No, wait, actually I didn't. I remember now. I saw the role quests on my main and was like, that'll be great for XP later. And I'm pretty sure I did the mage one with Black Mage. And the healer one with Sage, even though my first job to level 90 was Summoner and Scholar. I was just, I'll keep that for XP later. Ah, young one. Full glad to see you hale and whole. The rumors from the front lines had me quite worried. I would commemorate this happy reunion with a verse, but there's someone who has worried for you even more than I. I speak, of course, of your comrade Zanzon. It would do him well to see you again. If you can spare the time, perhaps we can pay him a visit in Gridania together. It's actually pretty funny. I did all of these quests on my main, like these level 80 quests, but because it had been so long in some of these job quests, I didn't pay that much attention. Like, for me, it was a little bit like, who are these people? Wolves and Pierre music. Caetsu, praise the matron that you're safe. I've been beside myself with worry ever since I heard of your mysterious disappearance after Gimlet. We fought the Empire too, my unit and I. Never had I experienced such a bloody battle. You've done well to return to us, all of you. We owe our survival in no small part to Guide-a-lot. His song spurred all whom it reached on the battlefield, turning the tide on countless occasions. For his valorous service, he was awarded a medal from the Alliance. Not that he was ever interested in such trinkets, of course. Lieutenant Guide-a-lot was an inspiration to us all, but us, we may as well not have been present for all the good we did. What do you mean? Sure, you helped. I introduce you to our recruits, Caetsu. They are disappointed with their showing at Gimlet. To be sure, they did not shame themselves from it, but in moments when we were hard-pressed, their songs faltered and lost power. I see. As you know, our songs are given power through our fervent desire to aid our comrades. I do not think that you lacked this desire. It was simply overwhelmed by the terror of being confronted with death. In his capacity as their senior, I had wanted Guide-a-lot to train them, but no matter how many times I asked, nay, commanded, he refuses to do so, saying that their songs do not have heart. Is that what he said? Not to discourage you all, but there may be truth to Guide-a-lot's words. Remember, if a song is to touch the heart, it must needs have heart. Without it, not even an expertly performed anthem can hope to inspire. I believe it would behoove you to experience an exemplar of our songs. And most conveniently, we have an exemplar of our art here with us. Yourself? Caetsu, will you not play for them? Allow me to beseech you as well, my friend. Guide-a-lot and I have spoken highly of your deeds to the recruits. It would be no exaggeration to say that they idolize you. Rest assured you won't perform alone. My harp shall join yours for a duet awash with heart. I'm truly grateful, yet, if I may be particular, we should have Guide-a-lot participate as well. It is his duty to train them, after all. And besides, I believe he would relish the chance to perform with the two of you. Very well, a trio it is. Puknapoki mentioned catching sight of Guide-a-lot in the East Shroud. Let us see if we can find him there. Yeah, these days, I think if I had reached level 90 with my main, I had completed the Endwalker role quest lines today, I would probably have been a lot more like, it doesn't really matter, because the amount, there is XP to be had from the role quests, but side quests in general, like in Final Fantasy XIV, are only actually, okay, XP per hour, if you mash through the dialogue.
Which means that if you do them with the intent of grinding XP, you're choosing to miss out on the stories. Whereas... Exactly, Ariel, but lore, like, the XP for side quests it's okay if you're spamming through the dialogue, but you could get the same XP per hour doing other things. Whereas you can only get those stories by doing those quests. So, like, you're sort of like just throwing it on the pile for no reason.
It appears Guidelot was here but recently.
That's right, Kubo. He went deeper into the woods saying that Sanson nags like a bloody fishwife.
Bam, 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 bam. Guidelot respects you more than anyone, Caetsu. Were you to call to him, I dare say he will answer.
Can't name in the side quest lore. Please fetch me my bottle. Sometimes there's also, for example, a side quest in Elpis where you basically learn of the people who made the behemoth. So sometimes there's something interesting. Sometimes it's kind of whatever. Guidelot does not appear to be in the area. Perhaps you should venture deeper into the wood. Yeah, you're right. You are right that there's a lot of side quests that are basically completely whatever. So hey, Cursed Blessing. Hope you're doing well. Well, well, look who it is. What brings you here, Caetsu? Not some tiresome errand, I hope. An invitation to perform? Huh, I've been waiting forever for you to ask me that. So, what's the occasion? So Sanson and Johansel put you up to it. I should have known. Those recruits are as stiff as the captain, and I don't have any hopes for them. But alright, I'll do it. Anything's worth a chance to perform with you, Caetsu. Guidelot, there you are. I take it Caetsu surprised you of the performance? Aye, and I expect no less than the finest venue for this distinguished gathering. You'll secure such a place for us, right, Chief? You may depend on it. I myself want the very best for the performance. Do any locations come to mind? The recruits have shown great interest in our expedition to find the Ballad of Oblivion. In light of this, I believe there's no place more fitting than the Sea of Clouds. The view alone would take their breath away. Sounds good to me. Let's get moving. Very well, I will go and secure an airship for us. Please gather at the airship landing. But yeah, that's the thing, is that originally I also did all of the side quests and like made sure to do them with different jobs and stuff, and in some capacity I even like mashed through the dialogue a bit because like, it doesn't matter. But then like 50% through a quest you realize that there's actually something interesting happening, but now it's too late. You didn't get all the stuff. And then I also realized that the XP was kind of whatever, so like I could have done anything. My superiors raised their eyebrows when I mentioned another journey to the Sea of Clouds, but I managed to win them over with the prospect of another Song of Power. We have our airship. If everyone is ready, let us be away. The recruits have already boarded, keen as they are. And who wouldn't be keen for the coming performance? Grontom says, stuck in Praetorium. Anyone ever notice that Gaius wears jeans? I hadn't considered that.
Yes, Aerodil says also there's a bunch of side quests in Endwalker that give some like backstory to some bosses that would just have gone unnoticed if you don't do those side quests. So, what's the plan? What are we going to play to this Azure backdrop? Well, seeing as we have a vaunted hero with us, I had a mind to draw inspiration from her adventures for a new piece. That's a great idea, old man. Caetsu stories would make for a bloody fine song. Our recruits yet have limited experience lifting up their comrades in battle. A song that conveys the importance of camaraderie, that sows the seeds of the desire to inspire. Such would be ideal, I believe. A forgotten hero who avenged her comrades. Oh, that's pretty good. An intrepid soul who faced a mighty foe, staunch comrades in tow. Aye, this is a rousing tale, worthy of being immortalized in song. Why, already the themes and emotions weave themselves into melody and verse in my mind. Come, my friends, let us lift our voices together in heartfelt harmony. O huntress brave, for vengeance you did cry, for comrades slain in a hunt gone awry. In your breast a raging storm, impossible to quell. The song was faster than I thought it would be. Now I'm not gonna do it. Now, you do it, Yantel. Clearly you know the pace of the song better than me. Did it even show up in the events list? It did not. So I wouldn't have been able to like rewind to see what the song was when it moved on. Sadness. By the gods! So this is what it means to perform with all your heart. That was moving beyond words. I felt the lesson of the song with my whole being. The lesson that our understanding for one another is what opens the way forward. Understanding. To think on it, I may have been too insistent in trying to press our recruits onto Guidelot. I didn't try to understand his feelings. Guidelot, this isn't an order, but a humble request. I ask not that you train our recruits, but that you simply get to know them. Through this, you'll come to understand each other's hearts, and forge a bond that will lend power to your songs. We should like that very much. Your songs touched us to the very core. Your song touched us to the very core, and we'd like nothing more than to be able to likewise touch others. This guy doesn't speak. Alright then. We can get acquainted when I'm in the mood. Now that you know what a real song feels like, I reckon there's hope for you lot yet. I like to imagine that Smol Caetsu just stood and harumphed through the song because Yantel went too fast. I cannot thank you enough, Caetsu. Our recruits are more motivated than ever before. No sooner did we arrive back in Gridania than they rushed off to train. I believe I'll go and join them. I'll continue what you and Yantel started, and help them to become the finest bards they can be. Guidelot, you're coming too, yes? You did say you would get to know them. Aye, when I'm in the mood, which I'm not. Right now, I need to reflect on my experience. Let it really soak in, you know? So I'm going to spend some time alone with my harp. Wait! If you're going to play the harp, at least let the recruits listen! Bruh. Forgive me, Caetsu, but I must be away. Thank you for a wonderful performance. Passionate as they are, I doubt not but that they will find their way. Allow me to thank you as well, Caetsu. Truth be told, I too had longed to perform with you for quite some time. It was a truly sublime experience, as if our music had floated to the heavens and rained down upon all creation. The music of that rain, I believe, reached the souls of the fallen, my departed comrades of the gods' quiver.
as it reached the heart of an old man who had long lived in quiet penance. It woke memories of the passion I had in my youth, when I yet stood on the field of battle. All of this because of a single song, young one, a song born of your tale. Generations hence, full certain am I that the song will still be sung, awakening passion in countless more souls. It gives me great pride to know that I was a part of its creation. Maybe we can find the text of the song in the log. It wouldn't surprise me if the answer is no. Nope. It's just, you missed it. Sad. That's really the thing that makes it difficult for me whenever the story is like, and then there was a song, is that it doesn't show me how fast the song is, I feel. It doesn't really give, like, the rhythm. So I don't know what to do with it. The one who doesn't talk is just not a vocalist, exclusively a musician. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I kinda do, Lexi. But I've returned! Can I request repairs from you? Let's see, what roulettes do we have left? We have MSQ and 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's start with 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how many people are just AFK here. I was away for like an hour and a half, I think. But if you would like to join me for level 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette, come on over to me. I will, however, be playing Astrologian specifically. On high latency, so I might have trouble playing my cards, but hey. Are you, by the way, are you talking about the one that gives you the /spectacles emote? That one is insanely long. And it also requires that you've done a bunch of Hildy stuff. The last physical ranged quest? Which one do you mean, Giraheen? I handed it in at Ratsatan. What do you mean? I went and handed it in. Can't they with the small guy? This song lets me shoot faster, and this song lets me use Rain of Death. Yentil is like, are you sure about that? Yes. This song makes me shoot pitch perfect. What's that? That's a big laser beam arrow. You learned some weird songs. I'm pretty sure I taught you one that recovers mana and one that recovers, like, tactical points. Nope, we don't do that anymore. What are tactical points? I can't sing. I need a target. An enemy target, no less. I can't sing at this crowd. There's no one who dislikes me in it.
That reads like a... and this song kills people! That reads like a WoW character voice line. Maybe. Matoya's Relict. Oh boy. Always bring one hater to a concert so your bard can sing their songs. Kids these days and their newfangled music style. So that's what you meant, Arnold. I can't sing. I need a target. I need to target something first. I need a target. I can't attack that target. Ah! Oh boy. Welcome back, Xeros. We're talking about, we're making fun of the fact that you can't sing as a bard unless you have a target. This is rough, by the way. Also, well, it looked good. It's fine, Lexi. Matoya's Relic is shockingly easy. I recall the first time I ran this dungeon, like on day 1, I ran it with a friend tanking for me. And I was playing Scholar, and I didn't need to heal them. As in, we were good with whatever EOS was serving. Didn't need any more. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was easy, but it does, like, suggest that it was a lot easier than you'd normally expect from a new dungeon. The saddest part about Matoya's Relic is probably that there are so many mechanics in the dungeon that people don't see at all. And I would like to let you remind you all as we go into the first boss here. This boss has a stack marker. Okay, remember that. This boss has a stack marker. At some point, I know, very real. Very real. Bruh. Remember to point the mud ball at the tornadoes to get rid of them. Otherwise, they'll gradually build up and hurt more and more. You can survive all 3 rolls. So it's like, it's more that it's kind of inconvenient to have to take all that damage, but it's not lethal. It's just annoying. Again, possibly mildly concerning that you have a boss where it's like, oh yeah, this is the boss's gimmick. It's mildly annoying. That's what the boss does. It annoys you a little bit. That's its mechanic. It annoys you. Do not give the mud ball to the mud monsters. As far as I know, they throw the mod ball at you harder. I'm pretty sure it still won't kill you, but you know, no reason to make it any harder than it needs to be. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Shaq. Alright, just a reminder, that boss had a stack marker. You might be now saying, I didn't see a stack marker. Exactly. Precisely. The stack marker happens later in the fight, which means that you will not see it unless you do it with duty support or extremely bad players. Or you solo the dungeon. Then you will also see it. If I remember correctly, the tank buster does more damage than the stack marker if you take it alone. The reason why I think it's so funny is because on the day where this dungeon was added to the game, as I said, I did the dungeon with a friend of mine, tanking for me, and we rushed through the dungeon with no issues, as in no issues, as in, like, we realized we had to, like, throw the mud balls into the tornadoes quite, like, quickly, and all of the bosses gave us no trouble at all. But as we were like, that was really easy dungeon, a friend of ours was like, yeah, so I went into the dungeon with duty support and I wiped 3 times on the first boss. What do you do about the, like, how do you survive the stack marker? And we were like, there's a stack marker? That's why I find it, that's why I, like, emphasize the existence of the stack marker so hard, is because I had the exact same experience of, there's a stack marker? I see, Xanadus. I hope that trip abroad goes well. But yeah, that's the story of why it's so funny that the first boss in Materia's Relic has a stack marker. Is that you've had to have quite an experience with your life, or rather with your run, to know that that there was a stack marker. At least for a lot of players. I'm pretty sure it appears if you do it on duty support. Not 100% sure. I have not done this dungeon on duty support. Oh, you're moving. Fair enough. Respecting mechanics out of politeness. I usually do, like, exactly say that. Or because it's more fun that way. You're moving to Japan for work? Wow. That seems to be that'll be very different, I imagine. Yeah, I believe, Darth, that the story was more so that perhaps she wiped shortly after the stack marker. I can't remember the exact story, like exactly how it went down. I just remember that the stack marker was mentioned, and we were like, there's a stack marker?
given that it was with duty support, unlikely that the duty support was not stacking with her, right? By the way, those... yeah. I could have been a little bit faster with that one. Welcome back, Ibia. Hope you had a good time. You ate fish. Nice. I don't know, Darth. That could be an explanation. She might have, like, that friend might have been standing in Narnia. Who knows? I can't remember. Like, I don't know. I just know that I'm pretty sure we went in and did the duty with them later. It is definitely confusing to heal on this much latency. Never mind. Well, maybe you won't have to, Xanadus. Given that right now, the reason why we have so much latency is, of course, because we're playing in OCE. But who knows, maybe when Dawn Trail comes out, they'll let, like, open up so you can travel more. So maybe you can just, you know... Like, if you're in Japan, your latency to OCE will probably not be that bad. Hey, Stormy. Hope you're doing well. Had any heals eaten by latency yet? I have not. I'm assuming what you mean is like when you try to heal, but the person is dead. And yeah, that is also a good point, Gleaming. It's a little awkward when the problem is that you just want to fill out the group. You have some of them, but you're like 1 or 2 players short. And the game is like, nope, you have to play either full NPCs or none. Like, that's a little strange. Now that I think about it, it would have been extremely interesting if they made it so that you could play Final Fantasy XIV as a duo through the game, because you could just have 2 Scions or something and your friend. I haven't had that happen, Shaq. It's more that, like, because of the latency, I do see that the heal gets used. I see the thing go on cooldown, the spell activates, the person gets healed, a second passes, then they receive the healing. How would you balance that? I mean, you would balance it by just allowing you to do however you want, right? The way that the NPCs work is, as far as I recall, is that their rotation is weirdly backloaded, if that makes sense. As in, for example, if you went into Sastasha, the warrior does like 1, 2, 3 combos 4 times. Maybe like 3... Oh, whoops. Maybe like 3 times. 2 or 3 times. Then they use Berserk. And then Berserk stays up until that mob dies.
So if you could bring a friend and then just do it like that, then the NPCs would just not, like, they would be even less helpful because they wouldn't get to that point because you're two. And that's also true. If you're a duo, you could do that. I think part of what I was saying about is if you're a duo, there's a reasonable chance that you both want to play DPS. Or you don't want to play tank healer specifically. And if you don't want to do that, then a duo is not that great. Here's a fun fact. A common strategy people use to save time in this duty is return here. As in use return to teleport to the entrance. It saves you like 2 seconds. 2 seconds. And only if everyone does it. Amazing. And people was like, I remember back when this was an expert roulette, people were like, there were some people that actually got annoyed if you didn't use return because you were wasting times. Like, relax, buddy. We will make it. Hey, Druid. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's also true. There was a time when you needed to use return in Hawk Manor because it didn't even have a teleport back. The dark days. The dark old days. You want to land in the donut hole. Gleaming, the answer to your question is you always want to generate Zen. If you already have a Zen, you want to run away from that, everyone. If you already have a Zen, you don't use that one. Basically, it's like, for example, in the opener, it's reasonably common that you go make Yoshisui, Gecko, Kasha, Yukikaze, because you want Midare Setsugeka. You never ever want to waste a Zen by overriding it when you already have it. Ever. Like, that is enough information. You don't want to waste a Zen by generating one you already have. I hope that answers your question accurately enough, Gleaming. Make sure you should always generate 3 Zen. Always. Most, like, my advice there is, if you can, do it in such a way where you make sure that, like, typically the way that I do it is that I will lead with the Yukikaze combo first, which means that it's very unlikely that I land in a situation where I have a different Zen than the Yukikaze Zen, but not the Yukikaze Zen. Xanadu says, is there any special timing required for Lord optimization, or is that just throw it whenever? If we're going to be super sweaty optimization mode, then if you draw a Lord... I'm over here completely forgetting to heal Lexi. If we're going to go super nerdy optimization mode... If you draw a Lord in the opener or the 2-minute burst, then you would prefer to use it while the raid buffs are still up.
if you draw a lord on the odd minute, then it gets a lot more confusing. I would say... you could hold that lord until the even minute, and when you use divination, you could play lord, draw another arcana, and if that's also a lord, then hey, more damage. But then on the other hand, that might drift the minor arcana cooldown a little bit, so it's a little... Catdemon also mentions for the samurai thing, you could save make your Shisui stacks for after the Midara Setsugeka, and that's true. If you're high enough level that you have unlocked the trait that gives your make your Shisui an additional stack, or an additional charge, then you could just not use make your Shisui and then just wait until a more opportune moment. But I will say, Catdemon, something that is worth considering is if you use make your Shisui, you already have the Gecko or Kasha Zen, then you would have, like, yeah, you can go and generate the remaining Zen, then use Midara Setsugeka, and then spend another Zen. And that's fine. Or spend another make your Shisui stack. That might be something that Gleaming didn't think about. But I'm guessing that wasn't it. But yeah, using EI Jutsu does not eat your make your Shisui stacks. It says, people sometimes run out of lost actions in the Lubrum normal and don't know that they can just return to entrance and get new. I mean, that's a weirdly specific problem. Well, I'll say, Lexi, if you had used Clemency at a point where I wasn't forgetting to heal you, then I might have gone like, oh, you don't need to do that, but I forgot to heal you more than once in that dungeon. So I would probably have said, you know, that's justified. Like, yeah, fair enough. Xanadu says, related question then, is there any special use restriction for ladies similar to Lord then? No. You should use it in the next minute. My advice there is generally, because the lady technically blocks you from drawing a new minor arcana, which could be a lord, you should spend your lady for healing the next time you need healing. That's also why I quite aggressively use the ladies whenever I draw them. Spend them so you can make space to draw another one. So essentially, to optimize, I would say, unless you need the lady for any specific reason, if you do, that's weird, because that's a random chance. But then use ladies aggressively. For lords, if you want to get the most of it, wait until there's a damage boost of some sort. Yeah, Gaming says, what is better, Sage or Astrologian? They're both fine. Choose the one that you like best. It depends on context what's better. Use ladies aggressively. Oh, I mean, lady of crowds, you know what I mean. Right, the only thing left of roulettes is main scenario roulette. Just asking if you want to join me for main scenario roulette, main scenario quest roulette, or main scenario roulette, come on over to me. Do we have volunteers that don't mind swapping with Shaq and Ilya?
Thank you. Oh yeah, that's true, Vince. I can't remember when they did it, but they did it. They made this change during Endwalker that they made it so that Flourish... Well, first of all, I believe when Endwalker came out, they made it so that, well, instead of having a separate buff from the AoE combos and the single-target combos, they made them the same. Then during Endwalker, they were like, how about we make it so that Flourish gives you a distinctly different buff? So you don't have to make sure you've spent all your procs before you click Flourish. How do you think skills are going to change with Dawn Trail? I mean, we've seen some of them. What we know is, like, we don't know that much in particular. And me, if I said what I think will happen, like, I could make some guesses, but ultimately we'll probably know very soon. Sorry. Yeah, they specifically made this change. They made it so that that Flourish gives you a different buff at some point. Oh boy! Now we'll get to see guys as genes. Jesus, genes. An interesting thing about Dragoon is that they basically said reasonably early in Endwalker, they were like, oh yeah, we're going to rework Dragoon in Dawn Trail. Or rather, they said we're going to rework Dragoon and Astrologian. Then a little time passed. I can't remember the exact order of things, but they were basically like, we're going to rework Dragoon and Astrologian. We're also going to rework Paladin. Also, the Dragoon and Astrologian reworks are too big for a patch, so it's going to be next expansion. And then they reworked Paladin. And then we get told what they've changed about Dragoon, and in broad strokes they were like, yeah, we didn't want to change it too much, so we've tried to stay true to what Dragoon already was, which means that they basically went, we're going to change Dragoon a lot, and then chickened out and then changed their mind and then only changed a few things. They have changed some things. But I do find it a little bit funny that they were like, we're going to rework the job. Actually, never mind. Alright, Derby, enjoy your evening. But yeah, Jack Gaming, the important thing is playing the jobs that you enjoy. All of the jobs are viable, so there's no reason to be like, which one is stronger? Just, you know, choose the one you think looks cooler and you have more fun with. Got the combo down in here, that's awesome. Next step, do it in a real fight. Yeah, I do remember. Like, see, the thing is once you've learned like one combo in a fighting game, if you only know one good combo, that could end up being detrimental. Because you might feel like that's the only thing I can do. Like, it's like if you were, like, for example, for me with Smash Bros, like, I've had situations where, like, I've learned, like, one really good starter, like, a really good, like, lead into a combo, but if your opponent learns that, oh, you're only trying to use this one combo, they learn what the opener is, like, what the first step is, they'll just keep making sure they'll dodge that. And then you can't win. Yeah, that's fair, Vince. I didn't notice that there was anything wrong in particular, but I was, of course, also focused on other things. But you did notice something like that you didn't know before, so you're aware of the changes. That's like a important detail. This is not even a good combo, it's just the basics. I mean, it's still a combo. Hey Radian, hope you're doing well. I also find Astrologian quite overwhelming. On Materia, I've just like, while we're here, I've just kind of accepted that because of the latency, there's no way I'll be able to play optimally. So I'm just kind of winging it. Which is both good and bad. Good because it means that I don't have to worry about playing super well. Bad because, I mean, it's still more fun to play well. But hey, Astrologian is getting reworked in a month. Less than a month. And the thing that I think a lot of people find the most overwhelming about Astrologian is the way that, well, you need to play all those cards in short order, right? Which means that if we're talking like optimal play, you're basically asked to react on like a 1 second, like on something in 1 second. Whenever you draw a card, you just have to know who you're playing it on in less than a second and do it. And you have to do that 3 times every 2 minutes if we're talking optimal play. That's gone in Dawn Trail. We know that for a fact because they're reworking how you draw cards. How exactly all that works, I believe they haven't detailed, but basically when you draw cards, you now draw an offensive card, a defensive card, and a utility card, I believe they said. And then you also draw like a crown card. Whatever that means. Which could mean that every time you draw cards, you get 1 that increases the damage done of someone, 1 that reduces the damage taken of someone, and 1 that heals someone. And if that's what they do, then you just give the damage count to the strongest DPS. That's pretty manageable, right? Like, that's something that we can all get behind. Mia says, may I ask what character you played in Smash? I played Hero a lot. But also played, what's their name from Fire Emblem Three Houses? Byleth, yeah. Fail not! Byleth. But on that note, I was a lot better at hero. Cat Damon says, when you mentioned simpler characters, I wasn't expecting hero. Hero is like mid to slow. So like to play him decently well, you don't really need to know that many combos. Most of his combos just do the same move. Like an aerial, then the same aerial, then the same aerial, right? Things like that. To me, he felt simple. Hero. Yeah, kind of, Bronto. An interesting thing about optimizing with hero is also messing with your opponent. Like, hero is extremely good at stalling. He doesn't mind if the opponent isn't coming to him. He'll just sit there and riff through options. And then he'll randomly find the exact spell he needs to kill you. Very convenient. I can combo this, watch this, Hakase Yukikaze. I will say, Final Fantasy XIV, I could imagine if the GCD was faster, then the long combo sequences that are optimal would be a lot harder to justify. Like, could you imagine doing basically any job's opener with a GCD of 1.5 seconds instead of 2.5 seconds? Or even 1 second? Like, I mean, I came from World of Warcraft, and I love to stack haste, so it was pretty normal for me to deal with a 1 second GCD. It's just that in World of Warcraft, this isn't always the case, but ultimately you needed to click your cooldowns, and then you more so had a priority list. When the best button is available, you click that one. Things like that. So while you had a long, a complicated job, a complicated specialization, I should say, the list of things you needed to do was a little shorter, but in a different way. Are we sure that's not just Minikai trying to hide the robot eyes? I mean, she's a primal. That's true. They say that Final Fantasy XIV is the retirement home for fighting game players. It's also sometimes the retirement home for some MMO players. But it is weird that it's also fighting game players, isn't it? Robots can be primals, as we've seen. Indeed. Final Fantasy XIV is just a retirement home for players. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. Final Fantasy XIV offers a lot of things to do. A lot of different content to do. And it does things in a slightly slower way compared to the games that people come from. And weirdly, the community for the game is way more inclusive in a way, and welcoming. Hey Kokuchu, hope you're doing well. So it kind of makes sense. What does it mean if the retirement home is the only MMO I've played for any amount of time? Well, I mean, there's also people that get into Final Fantasy XIV as their first game. Or one of. Although I can't imagine that would be a good idea. That sounds really overwhelming. I played World of Warcraft for years, and the thing that makes, like, the thing is, I have looked at World of Warcraft recently and been like, maybe I should get back into it. But the thing is, two particular things makes me go, nah, I don't want to take the chance. The first one is that if you get reported by enough people, you will get suspended. And it doesn't even matter what you're getting reported for. So if enough people report you, you will get punished. Now, that isn't a... like, that wouldn't be a problem if, let's say, there was, you know, a customer support that could help you if, like, you get unjustified... like, you get punished for bad reasons, right? That would be fine. Like, you could just fix it, right? But my best guess, based on what I've seen recently, is that either the Blizzard customer support is run by an AI or by people that don't speak English. You choose. It's not a good look either way. And the reason why I would be concerned about getting reported is that I believe like a year ago there was this story that circulated of someone who basically there was this new item that like a trinket or something that everyone needed. I think it was a necklace that was really good that could be customized, so everyone basically needed it as like a starting gear set. Like imagine like a crafted gear set and a particular piece of it. But it was like everyone who could make it sold it for an absurd overprice. So this person decided, nah, I'll make it for you. You give me the materials, and I'll take a very, very small, like I'll take a tip. You just pay me whatever you feel like I deserve, and that's fine with me. I just want to help people. And all the other people trying to like basically milk people's money for this item reported the guy, so he got muted. And when he somehow found a way to continue his business despite being muted, he got reported more and got banned. So when I say I would be a little worried about playing a game where you can get punished for getting reported, whether it was justified or not, that's the reason. You could get suspended for being nice if people could stand to profit from you not being there being nice.
Indeed, welcome to WoW. So yeah, like, the thing is, if you can be reported by enough people and it will punish you, then all you need to get banned is someone who knows enough people not liking you. Then you'll get banned. What did you do wrong? Maybe they think you cheated because you do more damage than them. How you cheated doesn't matter. You're in a PvP match? Yeah, or has the willingness to set up a bot farm. That's also true. That's actually one of the more another one of the concerning things is that with classic WoW and WoW in general, there's a huge bot problem. But the bot farms has gotten quite smart. If you mess with them enough, they'll just mass report you. They'll just have all their bots report you. And then you get banned, not them.
Look for the lips control panel.
Yeah, what happens there, Shaq, is if you're underperforming, there's a reasonable chance you'll get kicked. They'll probably not report you, but you will get kicked. This isn't the case with everyone, and it's like it depends on regions, just like with Final Fantasy XIV. But it is a thing. But that's the thing, is that I never had to deal much with all this because I mostly played with friends. And I'm pretty good at the game, so like I didn't have to deal with people being mad that my DPS was low. But yeah. It's not a good look. This guy's jeans turn yellow and turn golden? Well, let's see.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea?
You can see the denim texture. Oh boy.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit.
Do you believe in Eorzea? An actual place in the world, and not something you need to believe in whether it exists or not.
Lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing.
It's quite ironic that he says to believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. Eorzea is an area.
In their stead,
To believe in Denmark is to believe in nothing.
which is
Excuse me.
is it not?
Question.
Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them, your
This fight will end in 5 minutes.
trick that served you so well in Cartano.
Do we believe in labeling areas on a map?
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry.
The Eorzea's faith.
Unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet?
Oh, feet.
The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, It is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Boom. Oh yeah!
A single
Jeans!
that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
Not only Gaius, Erithian. Like, the Asians were also just cartoonishly evil. Like, as far as I know, I believe they did say that in A Realm Reborn, they weren't quite sure where they were going to go with the story. That's also why a lot of the things that happen in the story are a bit vague. Like, Lahabrea's like, all I did was for my master to be reborn. Your master was who? Well, it's Zodiac. But no, that's not important. Like, a lot of things were kept vague because by keeping the story vague, it means that they can, like, it makes it on the one hand, it makes it feel like, wow, amazing, they made this entire story without, like, making a single plot hole throughout. That's incredible, but part of it is also that they just made sure to write it open-ended. So that, like, why is it that Lahabrea could make his master be reborn by doing what he did? Oh, well, we'll fill those details in later. It's fine. We'll figure it out when it's time. Things like that.
Know your place. Where's my place?
Exactly, Kragenmo. You don't write yourself into a corner. You don't have to saw a hole in the floor to escape. Exactly. I mean, I remember a particularly like interesting observation people made was that there's like a tune that plays right at the end of the Crystal Tower raids, and as far as I know, that always played. Like, as in, it always played. And I believe it ended up having something to do, like, it ended up having a relation to what, like, to Meteion or something like that. On one hand, you could say, wow, that's amazing planning. On the other hand, they probably made Meteion to, like, be related to it rather than the opposite, right? Like, that's the amazing thing, is that if you make sure that the story makes sense, like, if you just make sure to fill in the gaps properly, then it all ends up making sense. There's like a little tune, it's not music, it's more like Morse code or something like that, I believe. But that is the thing, is that they basically made the bad guys of the story just, you know, cartoonishly evil because, I mean, being evil for the sake of being evil means they don't have to explain very much. It could be that, Girahid. Also level 84. Woohoo! What did I get? Wait, what did I get? Oh, right. Healers get nothing at level 84. That's right. Can't believe, guys, a speech foreshadowed the jailer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The jailer was behind everything.
Yours is mine by right.
That is an interesting point, Xanadus.
To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. Also, if you do believe in Eorzea, just know that if Eorzea did exist, it would be mine by right.
Which one is it? Oh, Xanadus, it's very simple. Eorzea doesn't exist, but if it did, I own it. Says Gaius. If it did exist, it's mine. Right, that was the roulettes we were going to set out to do. Well then, that means that the next step is spamming dungeons.
This arbitrary map segment is mine. The Emperor said so.
Exactly, Darth. Eorzea is more like Europe in what it would be. Not just a country. If it was a country, it would be like,
to believe in Limsa Laminsa is to believe in nothing.
Eorzea secretly, maybe. Yeah, is this continents aren't real? Hey, Moo Machine, hope you're doing well. Right then, that does mean that the next step is spamming, doing Tower of Babel sometimes. So if you would like to join me for specifically Tower of Babel, come on over to me.
How very glib.
Well, that works. We can go to the same team. I do think it does sound kind of funny to replace Eorzea with a real place. And the more randomly specific it is, the funnier it is. There's a day and I'm like,
to believe in Aarhus is to believe in nothing.
what?
To believe in San Marino is to believe in nothing.
This is the field trip with a bunny. The group composition. This also makes things way easier for me. Now Lexi can heal themselves a little bit. No, the Doton! A Doton! No! Doton! Doton!
Urson's Forbidden is mine by right!
A field trip up the Tower of Babel. Yeah. Don't worry about it. We're just on sightseeing. You know what's even weird about that, Gleaming? I'm pretty sure Tenkagoken was a cone until they removed Kaiten. Like, for a time... Ow. For a significant amount of time in Endwalker, Samurai had entirely AoE, like circle AoE combo, like a circle AoEs for everything except Gurren and Tenkagoken. Everything else was circle, but not those two. Gurren is still a line AoE in front of you. Alright, children, today we'll be learning about the side effects of overtempering. Here's a real demonstration. Oh, look, it's Luge.
Don't question my methods. I know what I'm doing.
Sir, you should probably not present your abomination next to the abomination. Are you sure that's safe?
Yes, I made him myself. I'm sure he's safe.
Are you 100% sure about that? Like, are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Stop asking questions. Ah.
Okay, when the fight starts. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. Gets punched. You just run up to the boss and Barnabas just goes, Falcon! Punch! Just smacks his creator. No, that makes things easy. Foolish answer? Answers played on a kazoo. Do we have that? Did anyone make that? I hope someone made that. You know what's really weird about this? They make it so that the elevators are in separate rooms because, like, back in the day, if the elevator went without you, it might be really awkward because then you have to turn the elevator around to pick people up again. These days, you can just start the elevator because the entrance to the elevator moves with the elevator. I know, incredible development, isn't it? Like, why can't we have that in real life? Just have it so you can just... the elevator door just moves. You don't have to wait for the elevator, you just walk in and you're there.
It makes no sense physically, but don't worry about that. Don't ask questions. You know, Luke. Stop asking questions. Oh, whoops. I should have redrawn that one. Oh, well. Luge's famous quote that he totally said. Yes. I totally didn't make it up. Look, my earthly star follows the elevator too. Isn't it incredible? I'm actually, given that, what was it I believe we talked about somewhat recently that the Sophia fight, the arena doesn't turn, like it doesn't get angled, it's actually the world around it that gets angled to give the illusion that the arena is bending and turning and angling and spilling. I wouldn't be surprised if the way this elevator works is actually that everything else moves down and the elevator stands still, because otherwise the camera would probably give the impression that we're moving up, which it isn't really. A test of your reflexes. So hey, Curtis, hope you're doing well. But yeah, if ultimately the only thing you need to stand to work is the arena, you could just have everything else visually move correctly. Like if that works, that's fine. There is no more mobs. My earthly star. How does I imagine Anim at the end bobbing its head while going down? Yeah. Earthly Star's a good boy. It's me! I decided I only needed one hand. For some reason. Who needs two hands when you have rockets? And what almost appears to be Lego feet. It all comes full circle. I decided to only be one hand, says Living Liquid. We return to the start of the stream. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to do that. That's too early. Wasn't he just a normal person like 5 minutes ago? Well, yeah.
I'm also pretty sure he wasn't completely insane 5 minutes ago, but he is now. So maybe that punch was all it took. You know what's really weird about this minimum effect? It only reduces your damage by like 10%. Like, I always was like, I'm so smart, I switch out of the minimum in between attacks, but it's really weak. Like, it's not that powerful. Like, I thought you would do like half damage. It's not so bad. Huh? You want me to make like a gay frog button? The two genders, frog and small. Well, it's extra weird, yeah. In the Hildy storyline, he puts his head on a body that looks like Barnabas's body, right? Well, I mean, Xanadu's desperate times call for desperate measures. Such as turning yourself into a robot with one arm. I guess. I don't know. If he thinks that'll help. I mean, it can be hard at first. It could be like that the game is trying to get, like, it's giving you some placement matches, which might lead you to get, like, paired up against some people that are, like, way out of your league. But once it has figured out, like, where your, like, skill level is, I'm sure it'll, like, start to get better. Or more reasonable, at least. It's our boy, Anima. That thing. Whee! Fun fact. I'm not going to risk it on this latency, but you can actually knockback immune that one.
Yeah, behold, Anima, the unsoloable. At least for now. Oh, right. It's okay. I'll just leave my earthly star up there with you. Enjoy it. Yeah. Your Kasatsu will be left there like my earthly star. Yeah, Lexi, this is this DPS check in this part. You can see the gauge there. You can't kill it in time. Solo synced. We discovered that on stream a while back. Hence unsoloable. Yeah, exactly. Did you know that Warrior cannot solo this dungeon? Can solo the rest of the dungeon, but not this boss. Oh, nice! It's not on me! Awesome! I just get to stand there. Oh, that's going to get a little dangerous, I think. Ah! You want a tip for the chase AoEs there? The chase AoEs will actually only chase you like 90% of the arena. So if you had actually ran all the way to the edge before the circle AoE appeared, you could have just ran to the other side and it would have been fine. Yeah, this fight isn't soloable because there's a DPS check in the intermission. Yeah, it's just a food for thought. It's quite weird with the chase AoEs in the intermission, is that specifically that they only chase you most of the length of the arena, but not the full thing. So if you just bait it correctly, it's easy. Nerdle says, did you know, unlike Final Fantasy X anima, which has 2 arms around its neck, you see the symbolism if you know who it is, this anima only has 1 blue arm, mimicking a Guardian salute. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like that. Like this? Oh, this. Yeah, the problem is specifically the DPS check. If there was no DPS check, then a warrior could easily solo this side. This is fine. Minigaiver got a nap before visiting Garlemald. I mean, she naps a lot. She naps like a week at a time. Yeah, something like that, Cat. I specifically just remember that it was so far out of reach that it was like, yeah, I can't do it.
Like, that was the specific thing that I remembered of trying to solo it, was that it was too far out of reach. Like, generally, like, if there's, like, maybe, like, 8 or 9%, then... then maybe, like, you could squeeze out an extra 10% DPS and make it. But if the boss has, like, you know, 40 or 50% when the gauge fills, then it's like, oh yeah, you just have to do nearly double your DPS. You just do that. And just, good luck with that. Just do that. Just do that. Man, my inventory is full. Wow. Can I don't know, like, I don't know, have some of this? Oh, no, not that one. I'll just do this. That should solve that problem. Nice one, Emir. That's actually also, that's the thing with Endwalker duties. No worries, Lexi. My point that I was trying to make was just that there was a way to make it easier. A lot of people don't know how far that chase AoE goes, so they just, you know, try to run from it. But if you and Shaq had just stood your ground, or even better, took a step further off into the directions you chose to walk in, instead of, like, bending the path, then it would probably have been fine. The problem was that you decided to, like, bend the path. Yeah, those AoEs just move towards you one step at a time. So you just have to choose to place yourself somewhere where they can't reach you at your destination. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. Which quests are you talking about, Vince? Because the role quests we did earlier today gave like 500k each. That's like 25% of a level, not 1.5 levels. Overall, not individually. Oh right, so all 5 sets. Yeah, that could be. That could be. Like if they give 30% of a level, that would add up. But then again, then the question is of what level? Level 89? What do you mean, Xanadus? Oh, right, it's 6 quests. Sorry. But the 6th quest gives 0 XP. It's a level 90 quest. Huh? Like, that's true, right? It gives no XP because it's a level 90 quest, right? Even if it did give XP, you know. I think we can avoid having to do Tower of Babel twice if I go and do Beast Tribe quests. They give weirdly crazy amounts of XP, as I recall. Do it for the vine. That's that's weirdly dated in a way. And Vine didn't exist when the quest was added. Da 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 da. It is a shame that there isn't a beast tribe or tribal quest at the start of an expansion. Like right at the start? Because that would be really handy. I'm pretty sure I had already maxed out all of my combat jobs by the time the Agazadara were added in Endwalker. So it's just like, well, I mean, I want the rewards. But, aside from that... Yeah, exactly, Girian. There's that, and then there's also the part that if you were fast enough, you wouldn't, like, you would have finished leveling before it was even presented as an option. Well, I mean, Xanadus, the reason why it matters is because the previous expansion's tribe quests gives like a third or so of the XP of the current one. A third might be that's just a random number I've just pulled out, but it's a lot less than what the current ones do because the previous expansions cap at the level range, like the amount of XP they give, peaks when you reach the max level of that expansion. That doesn't mean it's bad. But it's not as amazing as a current expansion one. It's only Crafter and Gatherer tribe quests that get capped at 1k XP when you outlevel the expansion. Combat jobs always get the full XP. To Darth's point. So you don't want to try and level crafters or gatherers with outdated tribe quests because it won't scale. But combat jobs always get full value. It's just that they scale with your level up to the max level of the appropriate expansion. So for example, the Pixies cap at level 80. Potentially even level 79. Because at level 80, of course, it wouldn't increase XP because you've already peaked.
Oh boy.
Never been a big fan of doing open world stuff like this on a healer. Going to the Pixie Quest for many guys to level with. We already have them, I'm pretty sure. It's just that right now we're doing this to gain a level because we're close. Other than that, probably not. But we have done that in the past. So it depends. Yeah, I know these things. Like, about how to make the most of leveling with alternative strategies like this. Because I made a leveling guide. In fact, I made 2. I know these things. But it's more fun to spam dungeons for the most part. It's just that if, like, I'd rather not do the same dungeon twice if we can avoid that. Wait, guy makes guys? Yeah, I know. It's been a while, hasn't it? Does it just make all sorts of content?
To believe in leveling guides is to believe in Guy.
I suppose so. Ah! It was a little weird, because I switched target just as it was about to angle the cameras. Like, all right, so let's focus on the quest giver, Lexi. Turns the camera. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the quest giver. And then cancelled. And back we go. So now we can do Vanaspati. Ooh. Well, in that case, I will of course say if you want to join me for Vanaspati, come over to me. When I'm watching Kai guides.
This guide is mine by right.
Of course. You're gonna enjoy my guides. You have a favorite beast tribe? I mean, I both like the Omicrons and the bunnies. Does anyone want to sit out to make space for Giraheen? That works. We have a tank. We don't have a tank. We cannot start without a tank. That works. Yeah, I don't know how many levels we'll manage to get on Astrologian tonight, but we'll get the rest next week, hopefully. Exi says, I'm attempting to play Black Mage. I've heard recently that Black Mage is weirdly problematic on high latency. So good luck.
my friends. I couldn't do any DPS to them.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air.
The weird thing there, Xanadus, is that while people say that, I've heard that what actually happens is that the slide casting window just becomes less predictable. So you can't really rely on it being bigger anyway. So while it is very easy to go like, well, it's probably better, it's not. Like, what's going to happen is, well, you have a greater slide casting window, but every time you use triple cast, you have to, like, you have to weave it, then do a GCD, and then it'll work because of latency. Depending on how high your latency is, of course. It's really, really awkward. I base that primarily on my knowledge of other casters than Black Mage, but that is the same I had to run into when we were doing Delubrum Reginae, where I had to go as Astrologian. Where every time I wanted to swift cast raise someone, I had to just basically wait until the game was like, oh right, you did click swift cast a second ago. Now that you mention it, you did do that. Like, I'm sure that it does give you a wider slide casting window. The problem is that usually your latency isn't stable at the higher latency. So you can't rely on it. It's really awkward. That's kind of convenient. Not too far away from the Black Mage. Yeah, I do recall before we had the Pictomancer announced that we had a long talk, like a lot of people expecting to get Green Mage. No Green Mage. Denied. Oh boy. Pink Mage? We already have that. With Pixelmancer, we'll be able to make any color of mage we want. That is true. A little bit of everything, mage. But yeah, the thing is that a lot of people were hoping for a green mage because the argument, I believe, that was like the reasoning for green mage being something people wanted was often, well, it could be a mage with dots, which is something we don't really have these days. So it would feel like a gap, you could say. But I've talked about that before. Back when there was a pretty strong belief that the mage was going, like the mage was going to be revealed to be green mage, I multiple times went through the explaining how I could come up with a green mage that made sense with what we know a green mage is, with 0 dots, like just to prove a point that just because it could be what you want doesn't mean it's going to be. Kai says, what's a green mage? A green mage is a very rare type of mage in the Final Fantasy franchise. There's like 2 games with it. A green mage focuses on buffing and debuffing magic. So in the games where green mages exist, something like protect or barrier would be green magic. I believe also stuff like bio could be green magic. But, because that's technically a debuff of some kind. But essentially, it emphasizes buffing magic and debuffing magic. So if you had a new mage job in Final Fantasy XIV and it was green mage, it would presumably, like as a DPS, it would be focused on debuffs. And the easiest way to make like damage dealing debuffs, presumably, is a lot of dots, right? But the thing is, you can make that work with no dots. You could just have it apply debuffs that makes their attacks do more damage. Not everyone's damage, just the green mage's damage. Like, what I'm saying is, you could make a green mage. You would think, well, surely that's going to be like a support mage, right? It's very focused on buffing the party, and then it also does dots, right? That would be pretty good. It could be. It could also be a selfish DPS. All the buffs only work for itself and no one else. You could do that. You could make that if you wanted to. Just to say, we don't know what we have until we know what we have. That's also why I'm not that inclined to talk too much on what Viper or Pictomans might do, because we don't know what they do. Not yet. Not really, at least. And like, speaking of which, I recall that people were talking about Viper having one of its combo finishers being something that made the enemy do less damage. But then I read in like the Live Letter Digest the other day that what they actually meant is that it can apply... One of its combo finishers gives itself an attack speed boost, one of them gives itself a damage boost, and one of them increases the damage the enemy takes, probably from the Viper. Which means that it's just 3 buffs, debuffs to maintain. Fair enough, Emir. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at is that we don't know what we have until we've seen it in action, and there's no reason to get scared until you know what we have. And people are very, very, very inclined to get afraid before knowing what they have. It's kind of like if you took Samurai and Reaper. Because you have Death's Design, you also have a damage buff like Gecko and a speed buff like Kasha.
I'm all the melee DPS at once.
They might have had a bad session in here. Or maybe they didn't really feel like playing after all. That could also be. But yet it is difficult. Like, the reason why I took note of the thing with, oh, it sounds like Viper will have a way to reduce damage taken as like a part of their rotation, is specifically because people immediately went, well, that means that you have to plan your rotation around the boss, which might not be fun. And also people went, that's OP because the other melee DPS don't get that. It's like, they probably, like, there's ups and downs to all of the jobs. Not all the jobs get everything. Not everyone gets the same. Oh, right. Shouldn't play cards before I enter combat. Exactly, Emir. Oh, Viper gets this thing? Well, the others don't have that. Meanwhile, Dragoon's sitting over in the corner like, yeah. How does it feel, everyone? How does it feel to not have a thing? Yeah? Weird, isn't it? They're just over in the corner like first time. If Viper isn't a dot-based melee job, then is it really inspired by snakes? I don't think it's inspired by snakes. Or is it? I mean, some snakes are not venomous. I can almost assure you, Kay, that simplifying the card system on Astrologian will make it easier in a way. In a way, as in, I don't know if it'll be easier overall, but it will be easier in a way. Like, who knows, maybe the cards are very complicated. The Viper naming is more about the quick movement and fast strikes. Well, that makes sense. That could be inspiration of a Viper. Are all Vipers poisonous? Emia says they are... Oh, right. I guess they're toxic? Or what? They're venomous. Right. Well, you know... You see, the thing is, Emia, you knew what I meant. But fair enough. That is also a common misunderstanding in my defense. But that is fair, Emia. I think they buffed the size of Earthly Star during Endwalker. I'm pretty sure. Like, they buffed the radius of a lot of things. AoE Walker. AO Endwalker. You absolutely could, Kai. But you do have to start getting going if you want to catch up. Part of the problem is also that I don't know how fast you do the quests, how much time you have to play each night, and things like that. So I wouldn't possibly be able to tell you whether you can or can't for sure. Oh, whoops, I already gave the card to... Oh, well. Increase the radius of salted earth. I would imagine they'd increase the size of Doton first. Don't you think? Didn't make it. Well, what you can do if you're ending up psyching yourself out of actually progressing, is you can use duty support. That way you can avoid having to deal with the anxiety. You can just play with NPCs. Alternatively, you could, we have a whole community. You could, a whole Caemmunity even. You could see if you can get people to join you for your first times in dungeons that way. Wow. One upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Well, we didn't reach anything new, so we would be doing Vanaspati again. If you'd like to join me for Vanaspati, come on over to me. Just move, so I don't capture anyone by them being AFK or something. Well, we're 3 now. Alright, Xanadus, enjoy your day. I'm glad to hear that, Kai. But yeah, if you're trying really hard to progress the MSQ, but every time you run into a dungeon, you're like, I can't do that, but you want to progress, then, I mean, your best choice is to just run it with duty support. Alternatively, I do recommend like trying to round up some people that are willing to join you, because like then you don't have to worry nearly as much. But if the reason why you can't progress is because you're like because of the healer anxiety or dungeon anxiety for that matter, then one way to go about it is to do it with duty support. It's difficult in its own way because, I mean, let's say you're having a hard time with dungeons. If you're in a group, then there's a possibility that they can compensate. If you're alone, then if you die in the duty support, then you go back to the start of the fight. So you need to survive, which might be a different kind of responsibility. I wasn't particularly paying attention to your rotation, Lexi. The thing is, on Smol Kai, I would sometimes pay attention if there's something particularly egregious, but for the most part, I recognize that most of us are playing on a terrible connection. So, like, I'm also just doing like a good enough kind of rotation because I can't do it optimally. So I'm absolutely not sitting there micromanaging and going, hey, you did a mistake there. Of course you did. You're lagging. But that's the reason. Like, I have pointed it out if someone had been like doing something particularly strange. Like there was that one time in MSQ roulette where I was like, why are you single targeting on an AoE pack? I think it was catch. And then we talked a little bit about that. But as usual, it's not about anyone feeling bad about it. It's just mistakes happen, and the best way to fix the mistakes is by, you know, knowing that a mistake happened. If you don't know that you did something wrong, how are you going to fix it? Right? Shockingly, that's going to be really hard if no one tells you that you did it wrong. And speaking of did it wrong, you may have heard me in my guide talk about how you shouldn't sit on your biggest cooldowns forever, because then when you actually need them, you forget to use them.
Anyone notice how many times I've used neutral sect? I have used Sinistry more times on the stream than I've used neutral sect. It's almost like I'm not used to using my big cooldown. Isn't that weird? Oh, weird, that was way easier to deal with when I used my big cooldown for the big damage part. What a shock. You know what's kind of weird with that, Lexi, is that some players found the game too sluggish. Then they've tried Black Mage, and because Black Mage is like doing something for a long time at a time, it didn't feel as sluggish because like it makes sense that a mage is like taking time to cast something. Other people have found something like Black Mage something that could be a deal breaker, like a quit moment of its own. I've also had some that said Monk was causing them trouble. Yeah. Anyone that is getting into Final Fantasy XIV or interested in it, if you're having a bad time with the combat, try a different job before you give up. Try a different job. It might be the job that is causing problems. Would be a shame if that was the problem and you didn't know. Like, I initially got into the game playing Gladiator. But then I bought the game after because back when I started, you needed to have the actual game to play Aura. And when I made, like, I deleted my first character and made an Aura, and I made that an Arcanist. Way more fun, in my opinion. Like, I came back to Paladin later, but I feel like Paladin, at least back then, took a while to get interesting. Like, it still has that problem a little bit, but it depends on what you need, right? I came from World of Warcraft, so I was, you know, I kind of wanted a more involved rotation. So I chose a job with dots to manage. And a pet to manage. And also at cast times back then that mattered. If all else fails, ninja. That's actually also a funny story, BSR. The first time I looked at Final Fantasy XIV was in Heavensward. I saw Ninja, I was like, that's interesting. Saw the, like, the mudras and stuff, thought, oh, that's pretty cool. Then I watched, like, a... I don't know if it qualified as a guide, but, like, someone explaining how Ninja worked. And what I specifically remember is that they basically explained that the job was jank, like mega janky, and it needed a lot of help. And for some reason, I thought, well, I hope, like, if all jobs are weird and janky like that, then I certainly don't want to play this game. But I never, like, took the time to check if the other jobs were jank. So my initial, my first impression of Final Fantasy XIV was Ninja's janky in Heavensward. And then in Stormblood I was like, well, they have Red Mage now. And then instead of watching like a guide on something, I just tried. Maybe I should just try the game. But yeah, also that BSR. Because I had a similar experience of that, I don't know why I continued to play the game. Like, I don't remember the Stonewall known as a Realm Reborn post-game. I don't know what I was doing. Like, I guess I was just smashing through cutscenes or something. But for me, it was over in a day, it felt like. I just continued forward. Yeah, I started as and ultimately I started as an Arcanist, and the moment I hit level 50, I switched to Red Mage. Because that's what I really wanted. Then I reached, then I completed the MSQ, reached max level, and then I found out that duty queues were really long if you were a DPS. And then I leveled Paladin. I went back to the amazing success known as Gladiator. But it is funny how a lot of people start with one job and land at something completely different. Because it's really hard to know what you like. Because those, vague descriptions, they don't help you that much, do they? Narcissus, I did not like Samurai when I first got the job. I mean, I can also say that I was never a big fan of low-level Samurai back when they had Kaiten. The thing is that back when they had Kaiten, level 52 to 61 was too starved of Kenki. Level 62 and above had too much. That was the real issue with the job, in my opinion. Again, the leveling experience, at least. That wouldn't surprise me if someone else would be like, I didn't really enjoy the job when I initially got into it. Uh-oh. I can also say, despite me saying, oh yeah, I didn't like Samurai at low level. If you check on my main, like I have never changed the order of my gear sets. My first gear set is Red Mage. My second gear set is Samurai. That was like when I started making gear sets. And I do believe Samurai might have been my actual second level, like max level job in Stormblood. But that doesn't change the fact that I was like, oh well, DPS queues blow, so I have to have a tank and maybe a healer so I can actually play a game. Oh, right, I leveled up. I have Exaltation now. I completely forgot. And that's true, Radian. But it is hard, because how would you make, like, how... on the one hand, it would be better if they made you have more stuff at lower level. On the other hand, if you made it so that everyone had more stuff at lower level, you would also run into the problem that the game would be even more overwhelming. Could you imagine if you had basically your level 90 toolkit by level 40? I have a feeling that a lot of players would find that too much. Like new players, I mean, specifically. So it is it's difficult. We also talked about, like, what if when you get scaled down, you just get to keep your actions, but then that wouldn't be fair. Then people that get scaled down would do way too much damage. How would you balance that? You could make it so that when you get scaled down, you get to keep all your buttons, but you get like a damage nerf so that, like, you have to use your toolkit to do more damage, like to do the same damage, so that it's fair. But then, why would you want to have your better toolkit if it just means you have to work harder? Right? Because that's what it would mean. Oh yeah, you get synced down, but when you get synced down, like, you just have like a damage loss so that you do the same DPS as someone who's just clicking 1-2. Because when they're in Sastasha, they can only click 1-2. But because you have the option to do more, because pressing more buttons is more fun. You're right, but a significant amount of players don't actually care about fun. They just want to be efficient, and they'd get mad. But you're right. I also think that there is something to be said about the fact that because you get synced down and you then have more, like, less buttons, there is some value in knowing what to do when you have less buttons.
Like, some jobs have a completely weird, but perhaps unique rotation when they're at certain levels, lower levels. And sometimes that can be fun to mess around with. But that also is part of what gives value to, like, a level-by-level guide, like those that I make. Because regardless of what level you are, if you ever land in Zastasha, it would be nice to know what you have at level 18. A3 above, hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Dawn Trail is not out. Nope. That's next month. Or rather, the end of this month. Uh-oh. That got a little scary. That Kata's going to be? I feel like I've heard a lot of Cataclysm Classic being quite hellish in its own way. If that's what you mean. Oh, gloves. Glove. The time's gonna come when I log in, I just don't want to. Understandable. Well, if you haven't finished everything in Final Fantasy XIV, then there's still, you know, a month to play. Like, a lot of people are coming back right now so that they can, you know, finish up projects in Final Fantasy XIV before Dawn Trail comes out. Like, maybe there's, like, a job you wanted to level, maybe there's an item you want. There's a few events running right now. There's one event running, right? So, like, there's stuff to do. It's just... Well, there's two. There's both the Mokpendium and there's the Yokai event. You could also do... could absolutely also do Blue Mage. Yeah, something that I can say... Something in regards to Vanaspati, which we just did. People often get hit by one of the meteors. The reason why I can always run in time is because, just to like draw it out here, is that
I already know the full meteor pattern when I look at the boss and they summon the first meteor. Like, if the first pattern looks like this, then the second set looks like this, and the third set looks like this. It always will. Similarly, if the first pattern is this, so like you just see the first meteors, then you can basically just look down on the floor, watch for when they land, and then just move to the next save spot. And if you have latency, you kind of have to start running before you're sure. So if you don't know, then it can be really, really hard. Vin says I still need to do the weekly for this week. I didn't even do any of the mini-mog or weekly because on my main I already have all of the things that I wanted. What does Smol guy have? Wreath of Snakes. Huh. Yeah. I guess we're doing Vanaspati one more time. I think we have time for one more. Is everyone in the group still up for one more? I see that. Or does anyone else want to join for Vanaspati before we go with this group again? Well, I don't exactly hear people. I don't exactly hear a crowd. It's just if you want to. But I totally understand. What do you mean, Ymir? Oh, no, Gura cannot join. She's too fishy, you see. Field trip part 4. We do have a lot of Lalafels, don't we?
My friends, heed me. These are children of Thavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
These are children of Thavner. You Walkley children, buddy. Don't know what to tell you. We've got ugly children. These are children of Thavner. Dogs? Orc? Arf? No, different dungeon.
The only way. I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
These are children of Thavner. These are also children of Thavner. That got as close as it possibly could without you dying there, Ilya. I was expecting my earthly star popping to do more, and then it just didn't. I just saw the pop, and then I was like, alright, it'll take a second for the healing to arrive because latency, and then your HP bar just didn't move. Oh. And that's when you do the face roll on of every cooldown on the keyboard. Yeah, I guess we both did that. Ah! He's angry! He didn't like me running around him. Blep. Big ol' overhead slam move. I have a good feeling we'll probably get level 90 on Astro next week. That should be fine. And then we have if we can do that, then we have plenty of time the week after to do the last bit of MSQ. What is left? What is right? Ah! We have to detonate your earthly star before the boss dies so you don't lose the value. My value! All my value! All my homies! Hey Nina, hope you're doing well. Ow. You know, I know that it's just a single button for the Astrologian. Might feel a little overkill. But I would like it if there was like a gauge for Earthly Star or something. instead of just a buff that ticks down from 10 twice. That would have been nice. If you had like a gauge that counted. They could have made Earthly Star like a more central thing and just made it a gauge. That could work. I'm just saying it feels perfect for the job with the whole like telling the future and all that. You plan the Earthly Star to pop in time as like a core mechanic. I know that's a little late for me to say. Like, I'm guessing they're done taking suggestions from the crowd. You know, the suggestions they were taking. I'm joking, of course. I'm pretty sure we won't level up from this. But man, repeatedly doing Vanaspati really does remind me. Back when back when Endwalker was new and I was like power leveling all of the jobs bit by bit, I specifically remember dreading leveling both Astrologian and Dark Knight. But nowadays, I don't feel like either of them is like a huge problem in any way. But come to think of it, when I think about it, when I think dreading leveling Dark Knight or Astrologian, I usually envision Vanaspati. Because I specifically remember having a really, really hard time with both jobs in Vanaspati. Maybe there's something to it. And I specifically remember one instance where I was like, I think I was Dark Knight, and I was like, oh no, my healer's an Astrologian, this is going to be a nightmare. And the thing is, it's not that either one is a huge problem. It's not that either one is weak. It's that both of them are the kinds of jobs where it requires you to work a little harder and know a little bit more to get the same to get a good value out of the job. It's like how people talk about in like savage raiding contexts and such, that a lot of the time it's probably better to have like, if you had to choose between a bad black mage and a bad summoner, you'd probably choose a bad summoner, because a bad summoner would probably be doing better than a bad black mage, because black mage is harder. That kind of logic. Right? And then at the start of an expansion, where everyone's still figuring out what you're supposed to do with the different tools, especially the new tools, and not knowing the dungeons that well yet, it only exacerbates the problem. You suddenly have an even worse case of people don't know the jobs, they don't know the dungeons, they don't know what to expect, they don't know what to like plan for and everything. Heavensward jobs are just built different. It's weird how all 3 Heavensward jobs are like some of the most high intensity jobs in the game, isn't it? Like, all 3 of them are like, oh yeah, here comes the burst. You have to double weave every GZD for 6 GZDs. Mumijin says, today I learned you can rescue someone out of the seduce effect in Saint Motion's last boss. Is the charm effect applied by messing up a mechanic? Because I don't remember that. But I guess that would make sense. It wouldn't prevent you from yanking the player away. Oh, right. Only single target left. Nice with the stun, by the way. Messing up the gaze. Right. That does make sense. That does make sense. Yeah, also add to that, Radian, I tend to play jobs with a little less intensity on them, but because I didn't choose the jobs on Smol Caetsu myself, basically the entire roster of jobs that Smol Caetsu has is like high intensity stuff. Like, for the most part, jobs that have been slated to lose OGCDs for Dawn Trail because it's a bit much. I don't know if Bard is losing anything in that regard, but Dark Knight is losing Plunge as an attack button. And Dragoon and Astrologian are losing something offensively. Like an amount of buttons to press. Like that's the specific thing they did mention about Dragoon, was that they were trying to reduce the amount of things you had to press, I believe. And simply reworking the card system on Astrologian itself, that alone would have a similar effect. Yeah, don't step into the other area, you'll die. Oh man. You don't do that a second time, Giraheen, you'll die. You survived with a defensive cooldown on you. Now there's Volt stacks. Also, no more Astrodyne, but then again, they specifically added Astrodyne as something to spend the seals on, which they're removing. Like, they're removing the whole card spam. So, of course, that means it makes no sense to have Astrodyne. We also only had Astrologian for one expansion. We also only had the signs associated with divination for one expansion. You made it! Oh, whoops, I should have redrawn that. But then again, the whole divination thing was kind of a solution to something that people were already doing. I think I've talked about this before. Before we had divination, we had like a whole system with all sorts of tools to spend your cards with. But what people ultimately did with it was produce an effect that was literally what divination does. An AoE balance card, and back then balance was the only card that outright increased your damage. Like, you just constructed the exact effect of divination. So they just went in Shadowbringers. Okay, we take the tools away you use to make the effect, and then we just give you divination, because that's what you'd make with it anyway. We'll just give you that one. That's really close to a level up. In that case, it'll be no issue to reach level 90 next week. What's left? 88 is one extra stack, an extra charge and Celestial Intersection. 90 is Macrocosmos. But yeah. Back before Shadowbringers, I think I've told this many times, but sometimes people haven't heard it before. Before Shadowbringers, the way that Astrologian played was that you had your draw, but then you had a handful of ways to spend it. One of the ways was that you could turn it into an Arcana, which was basically a way to dump it if you didn't want it. Just turn it into Lord or Lady of Crowns, which were single target versions of basically Lady and Lord of Crowns as they are now. Do damage or healing. You could also sacrifice the card to add an effect to your next card. And depending on what kind of card it was, it could either double the duration and make it 50% more powerful, or make it half as powerful but affect everyone. And you could also use an action to just stock a card, so you had it for later. So if you drew the exact card you wanted, but you didn't want to use it right now, you could just keep it for later. And it of course also had redraw and things like that. But I believe there was also something about the cooldown on draw not starting when you had a card in hand. So instead of being incentivized to play your cards quickly because, you know, you have to play them, it was you have to choose to do something with your card really fast, because you wouldn't be offered a new one ever before you played it, so you had to choose to do something with it. But given that all 6 cards had 6 distinctly different effects, the effects was do more damage, less GCD, more crit chance, take less damage, recover TP, and recover MP. And the thing is, you basically never needed to recover TP or MP in a boss fight. TP might be nice on AoE for your physical jobs, but like basically those cards were like, most of the time, like whatever. But these were also pairwise in such a way that I believe the attack speed and crit were the ones that increased duration, and the damage buff and damage reduction buffs were the ones that boosted the power of your next card, and then the recovery ones were the ones that made it AoE. But then ultimately what you would do... Exactly, recover TP to help out the monk you hasted. But ultimately that meant that what Astrologian was doing was draw a card. If it was Ewa or Spire, which were the recovery ones, Royal Road, now my next card is AoE, and then you draw a card. If it's Balance, or maybe Spear, which was the crit one, you spread that one, which means you stock it for later, and then your next card you draw. If that's like a damage boosting card, then you're good. Then you're ready to burst. You use your spreaded card, which would be AoE because of your Royal Road, and then you play your good card on whoever's bursting anyway. But ultimately, that's exactly the same as doing this, this, and this. They just removed Royal Road, removed Spread, removed the concept of cards doing different stuff, and said, you were going to make Divination with it, so here you go. Which on the one hand is a little bit sad, but on the other hand, they gave you the shortcut to the exact thing you want, and the alternative was sometimes you'd just be insanely unlucky, and then Astrologian would suck by just giving you Divination is assured. You had more consistency. Now, the difference was that in Shadowbringers, which was when Divination was added, the seals, I believe they were called seals at the time, they worked the same. It's just that instead, when you use Divination, Divination consumed your seals. And it gave 2, 4, or 6% more damage output, depending on how many unique seals you had. So you could sometimes just get a bad raid buff because you didn't get enough different seals. Then in Endwalker they went, maybe we should just make Divination consistent. And then they removed Sleeve Draw, which was a way to like play many cards in quick succession a different way. They also had in Stormblood. Sleeve Draw and Stormblood basically did the equivalent of draw a card, use Royal Road, draw a card, use Spread, draw a card, use Arcana, and draw a card. Like, they just drew cards and did everything with it randomly, which meant you could get something amazing, or you could just get completely screwed over. But then in Endwalker they went, maybe we should just make the randomness something that only affects the Astrologian itself, so they made Astrodyne. But Astrodyne has only been here for one expansion. Like, it's pretty funny. Because Endwalker has been with us for essentially so long, you could say. There's a lot of things unique to each job that was added in Endwalker where people are like, oh no, they're changing the thing we've had forever. And it's like, you've had it for like 3 years. Relax. We have Divination at home. And yeah, I agree, Kragenmo. I think the new system they're doing with cards is a lot more interesting, because part of the problem with the current card system that Astrologian has is because of how optimization works. You ultimately just have to draw a card, and to some degree, it's better to play the card on something than play it optimally. As in, You draw a card. If the seal is one you want, now you have to figure out who you give it to. But ultimately, playing it now is better than not playing it now. WC says, my only questions at the moment is how Astrologian's MP region is going to change now. Well, the way that Astrologian's MP works currently is entirely based on card draws, because some amount comes from draw and some amount comes from Astrodyne. They're changing that entire thing. They're removing Astrodyne and changing draw. Shot in the dark, you're technically drawing 4 cards when you use the new card thing. So maybe they make, like, right now, draw recovers 5% MP. Maybe they make draw have a 1 minute, I think they said it was a 1 minute cooldown, and then just make it give you 20%. Sound familiar? That's right. That's Etherflow. That's the Scholar solution. And if you complain that now you have less MP to work with, deal with it. Scholar did. Traverse, I imagine it'll be more like White Mage, which is fine with Lucid Dreaming. Actually, Traverse, White Mage cheats. Like, and what I mean by White Mage cheats is you fell for its trap, Traverse. You think that White Mage only has Lucid Dreaming? You think they only have As-Eyes? 5% every 40 seconds? White Mage has Thin Air, which is anywhere between 400 MP and 2400 MP every minute. But you know what they also have, Traverse? You know what they also have? Because I wasn't thinking of Thin Air, Krakenmo was. How much MP does a Lily spell cost? They get a Lily every 20 seconds, and every third Lily they spend, they get an extra Lily attack that doesn't cost anything. Which means, Astrologian, Astrodyne plus draw is 2666.66666, repeating of course, MP per minute, approximately. White Mage has As-Eyes, which is 7.5% from As-Eyes, and then it's at least 4% from Thin Air. Then they also get 1,600 from their lilies per minute. So they actually get 2,000, like they get 27.5% of their MP per minute. It's just like where Astrologian has it like right there, plain to see. White Mage has it like stuffed under the chairs and in their cabinets and stuff, like hidden away so you feel bad for them. Gleaming says 3 out of 10 years, that's a pretty big chunk. It is, but it still doesn't change the fact that it is... Actually, I don't think it's 3 out of 10 years. Well, it is if we start from a Realm Reborn, right? But point still stands that people act like things that were added in Endwalker has always been in the game. Like, I get it. There are jobs where I'm like, oh yeah, that has only been in there since Endwalker, right? Final Fantasy 14 has had TP longer than it hasn't, just realized that. When did Shadowbringers come out? 2019. Traverse, give it a few months, then that will no longer be true. Give it a few months. At least from ARR standards. If we're talking 1.0, that's a different story entirely. Anyway... Gleaming says they started after they opened free trial again in Endwalker, so from my perspective it's always been this way, and we all know that my perspective is the only one, of course. I think 1.0 had TP, but I believe in 1.0 TP was something you generated from attacks rather than regenerated and started at peak. Yeah, anyway, maybe we should look for a picture for next week. We're not many. I'm guessing it's because it's Sunday. Is Malena here? Does Malena want to be in the thumbnail? But that is true. Because a huge amount of players got into Final Fantasy XIV during and like just leading up to Endwalker, for a lot of people, anything that was added in Endwalker has basically always been here. But it doesn't change the fact that I sit here and feel it's a little funny when people act like it's the end of the universe when something changes. Because for me, it's like, yeah, well, that thing didn't exist before Endwalker. Now they're removing it. Like, it was only there for one expansion. If they removed divination, it would have been there for 2 expansions. Like, if they had removed divination. But, yeah, just to circle back to the Astrologian thing, I think getting 4 cards at a time and then getting a minute to use them is way better. Because then you actually get to think about it. Instead of it just being, here's a card, go. Here's a card, go. Here's a card, go. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. I think we'll just take a picture here. We've usually done that with the leveling ones. The Rock of Leveling. If you would like to be in the thumbnail, of course, get in position. If you would like to do an emote for the thumbnail, do the emote. If you'd like to use an expression, do that afterwards. If you don't want to do anything, remember to sit down and stand back up. If you want to use an idle pose and you did an emote, you would still have to sit down and stand back up. So if you want to specifically use some sort of idle pose, it might be beneficial to do that. Does Aradel want to be in the thumbnail? They've actually made a space for you. You see? There's like exactly a space right there, like an Aradel shaped space right here. Let me just do this. Hey, Weather Witch. Hope you're doing well. Just click yes when you're ready. Ham's dead. Just straight up just... bleh. Hmm. Yeah, it could work. It is funny, when the stream goes over 6 hours, for some reason my preview refreshes. Ah! Don't steal my camera. My camera. I need it for picture taking. There you go. I mean, Traverse, in fairness, wouldn't it have been weird if they had deleted your character? Yeah, specifically the end of, like, the very tail end of Shadowbringers, there was a colossal influx of players. Part of it just, you know, people going, oh, that I could play Final Fantasy XIV, I guess, I'll try that. But also partly because there was the WoW Exodus thing, where something went so bad with the game that people just started leaving in droves, and Final Fantasy XIV is one of the, like, is one of, if not the closest, like, similarity to World of Warcraft gameplay in a lot of ways. So a lot of people just gravitated to that. And then you have the Exodus, and then people start, like, news articles show up where it's like, oh, World of Warcraft not doing so well. Incidentally, Final Fantasy XIV is doing extremely well. And then people go, oh, Final Fantasy XIV, I could try Final Fantasy XIV. And then, you know, and suddenly you have 2,000 player queues on Endwalker launch day. Where they specifically delete, like, they vacate your house after a while in Final Fantasy XIV if you don't log in. But that's mainly because there's a limited amount of space for that. But this is exactly the reason why, like, we've talked about, like, inventory space before, where people are like, why can't we have more space? And the developers say, we give you as much space as we can. And we don't know how much, like, space it takes for a character's space, but for every registered account, like every Final Fantasy XIV registered account that has, like, a subscription and everything, you could have, like, 50 characters, I'm pretty sure. And if you can have 50 characters, each of those characters are allotted a full inventory with a full glamour chest, with a full set of 20 glamour plates, and all of that other stuff. Each of them. And there are millions of paid accounts that each are deserving of this space. So if they give everyone 100 extra slots for something, or if they to give you 100 extra slots for something, they need to give everyone 100 extra slots for something. Every character that has ever been made and has not yet been deleted gets those extra 100 slots. And there are a lot of characters. A lot of inactive characters as well. An insane amount of inactive characters. Yeah, I actually also made a character on a free trial back in Stormblood. Back then you only got to level 35 on the free trial, but that character's name was just the two names on my characters reversed. And it was a catboy. And it was a gladiator. Played it for one day, bought the game, and made Aura. Made Smol Dragon. Right then. Well, I'll get Smol Kai home. Wait, did I have to leave the party there? I have to log in again specifically to leave the party so I can go home. But I could imagine if you made, like, if you had a character, played it, and then didn't log in for like 9 years, you'd probably find yourself in some really random spot. Like, I also, like, in both Storm... Like, I quit the game in Stormblood, came back just before Shadowbringers, quit the game during Shadowbringers, and then came back a few months later. And both times, I'm pretty sure I logged in some random spot. Because the thing is, I think a lot of the time, when you, like, stop playing a game, you don't stop playing a game so deliberately that you're like, alright, I have to make sure that I'm parked somewhere that makes sense. Unless you're legitimately like, I'm quitting the game, or the game servers are closing or something. So you're like, I have to park my character at this very deliberate spot. I like a particularly funny anecdote I remember. I think it was when I got back to the game, like during Shadowbringers, is that I was leveling all of the jobs. And when I was going to level Machinist, I was like, I'm sure I bought a full set of Poetics gear for like level 70. For like my ranged physical. I'm sure of it. I just can't find it. And let me just show you how I went through it. I was like looking here, like, I just can't find it. Where is it? Like looking through my inventory, looking through my armory chest, looking through my retainer. Like, I can't. Where is it? Eventually, I caved and started like buying a new set, and we're talking when I had bought like half of the second set. I randomly checked the retainer. I was like, wait a minute, and realized that I had stored the ranged physical set with a machinist weapon on the 5th set of inventory space. In my defense, players only have 4. So there. It could also have been in the Chocobo saddlebag, but legitimately, it was hidden in the final tab of my retainer inventory, and I didn't remember that was an option until I had given up, and then randomly went, wait a minute. But I had already collected more. But the thing is, that makes very little sense. Like, if I had been actively playing for all that time, I would have remembered that, oh yeah, I put my ranged physical set there. But because I quit, I couldn't remember I had put a set there. I just remember I'm pretty sure I had one somewhere, and I didn't know that there was a way to search for it. So I just looked everywhere. I didn't find it everywhere I looked. So like that is something that might be worth considering. If you have something that is important, you don't throw away, right? If you have something on your character that you want to be sure you can find again, say if you quit the game for 5 years, make sure to put it somewhere obvious, because you in 5 years will not remember where you put it, and when you find it, you will probably be like, why did I put it there? That's a weird place to put it. The obvious answer to that gear set, in my case, was of course that like I hadn't planned to level ranged physical then. So I just, put it there so I had space. 90 million. We're also closing up in a moment. Isari says, man, it's like when I was looking for my old Asphodelos gear. Couldn't find them anywhere. My retainer was wearing them. That is pretty funny. But yeah, we finished Bard leveling. We finished the role quest for Bard. And we got Astrologian's level nearly 87. Next time, I imagine we'll finish leveling Astrologian. We will do the healer role quest. Then there's actually an extra role quest for like doing all of them that I think we'll also have time to do. So we'll do that. And then, I mean, the grand finale of doing the last bit of MSQ, and then I don't know what to do. We'll see. And then Dawn Trail comes out.
So close. So with that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the chat, or me, remember that there is a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you will find, among other things, you'll find the weekly schedule, which I usually update Sunday or Monday. In this case, it will be Monday. So you can see what else is happening on the channel each week. You can also find the announcement room, where you'll find links to videos, streams, whatever it is, when they come out. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. Then you'll get a notification when I post a video or a stream, whatever it is. You also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this is a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well, and that of course helps me a lot, so thank you so much in advance. If you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system. If you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. It all helps me directly, so that I can make all this content for you. I think that's everything. So with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And now, we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night.